All right. Well, hello, folks. Welcome back. We are back. We are here, and I do apologise for the errors earlier on there. So welcome to this very special live stream here. It's actually Christmas Eve. Can you believe it? So, Merry Christmas, folks. Merry Christmas. Do you hear me? Didn't take long till I started offending people today. How on earth are you doing? It's Stefan Hummel here in full formation. Welcome, Stefan! Ding, 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 ding. And where would we be without you? Let me just say, Stefan, man, I really, really appreciate you being here. And you've stood by me all through the last couple of years or whatever it's been. And I hope that someday we can get a chance to meet up, have a little celebration or something, you know. I mean, I'm not meaning in a weird way, but anyway, it's good to have you here. It's the Stefan Appreciation Moment, Stefan Hummel in full formation. So today, we are going to be building a LastPass alternative. Now, I was on 5-10 minutes ago there, and I registered a domain name. So there's an interesting way to start a build. So I registered the domain name, and the plan for today is I'm going to try and build a desktop app. Oh, we'll start with a web app, then we'll do a desktop app, then we'll do an Android app, then an iPhone app, then we might even do a Chrome extension. Do you think I'm overconfident? Well, let's find out. So I'm going to kick this one off the only way that we can kick something like this off, which is by using the fabulous Tongate desktop app. So let's just say, okay. Now, well, we're going to create a new app here, okay? So I'll call this one, create a new app. I'm just going to call this one DC Pass just for the moment. If you're following along, you can call your app anything that you like. In fact, I'll even make it one word and write it like a moron, the way that IT people like to do, right? So here we go. It's the base URL, it's the connection details and all of that stuff. And I'm now choosing a location. And we're going to generate. All right, so we now have a new app. Now, let me get the old text editor up and running here. And I am going to just momentarily hide the screen. I had a blunder earlier on where I had my phone number and everything on the screen. And I don't really want that to happen. And sometimes when you open up something like Sublime, you do have moments occasionally where you open the thing and all your passwords and everything appear. So I'm just trying my best to be a little bit responsible, and all I'm doing is opening up my text editor and I'm opening up the project that I just created, okay? And we'll have the screen back in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, there we are. Okay, so looks to me like we have an app and we haven't done anything with it. It's just an empty app. Now, as is the tradition, I'm gonna, what am I gonna do with this thing? Well, I'll create a junk folder, right? Which is something that I like to do sometimes. So I'll go like this. So I'll say _junk, and in _junk, I'm gonna have a new file, and I'm gonna call it to-do. I actually don't mind calling it to-do.php because it means if I accidentally upload it, then it probably won't even produce anything, you know. So we'll do that. Now, I would also like to have a git ignore in here. I think that's probably a useful thing to do. And I'm going to just copy the git ignore that I've used in the Tongate website here even. So this is how you do git ignores. I'm just going to copy that and I'll talk you through what it means in just a wee second. So basically in the main directory we want a new file called .getignore. That's the name of it. It's a strange name, but it's .getignore, like that, right? So you do that, and then I'm just going to paste it in. So what does this mean? Well, these are all things that we're going to ignore. Now, the vendor, okay, right, we won't need to worry about these. We won't need to worry about these, right? But potentially there could be a vendor folder here if we ever use anything from Packagist. There is a folder called underscore junk. I'm going to get that ignored there. Okay. And then we've got config. In fact, I might even chuck in junk with a /. Why not? And I want the config to be ignored as well. So let's save that. And what that means is, if we open up whatever you're into for handling Git stuff, well, now we can create, hold on, CD, so I'm going into DC pass, right? So now we can create a new Git repository by saying git init. So there's a brand new repository, and if we say git add all, and then git commit m. Now there's a convention with commits that I've never ever bothered with, but you know what? Just maybe today is the day. So there's I'll show you what it is. Git commit conventions. I've never ever bothered with this, but there's a how to write good commit. There's a certain way of doing git commit messages, and I can't find it. And that's not it. Amend. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. I read an article with a standard, and the idea was you would say things like fix, you know, I can't remember the exact format, or upgrade, blah, 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 and you write in present tense and all of that. Well, you know what? Google has failed us for the last time. So let's just say git commit m, here goes nothing. There's the commit. And that is us now truly out of the starting blocks with this. I don't like this being here actually. I want it to be here. There we go. Okay. So, we have an app. Now, the vibe with this one is that we're going to try and build a few things. I'll just make sure you can see the screen before I can go off on one. Is everything working? Are we here? I'm just testing. Are we good? Yep. I hope so. Anyway, hopefully we are. So here's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to build a desktop app. Then I'm going to, we'll start with a web app. Super basic, right? Then we're going to try and do a desktop app. Then I'm going to try and do an Android app, maybe an iPhone app. Then I'm going to I don't think I'll have time today, actually, now that I'm looking at this, but I'm going to try and do a Chrome extension at some point. So that's a web, desktop, Android, then Chrome extension, and then later on I'm going to add in a two-factor authentication vibe, but I won't be live streaming that. Plus doing an actual live website. Okay, so live website with a design and everything. Okay, so that's my general to-do list here. Okay, and I hope that we're all right. Thank you. We're here and the sound is good. Bless you, Stefan. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, so let's now have a wee think about how we're going to build our LastPass alternative. It's probably a good idea not to focus on the design at this point. Or sometimes I focus on the design, sometimes I focus on the functionality. But with this particular one, I'm feeling as if the functionality's where we might want to go, you know. Now, if we go to LastPass Vault Screenshot, it might give us some indication as to the types of fields that we might want in the database. So if you look here, you can see that this is a screenshot obviously from the LastPass Vault. By the way, does anybody use LastPass? Let's have a wee vote on that one, shall we? Little vote, see what you think. Start a poll. How do you manage your passwords? Let's just do this. LastPass, something else. Leave a comment. All right, I'm curious. Let me know. First poll of the day is out. Okay, now you can see that we've got passwords, we've got notes, addresses, payment cards, bank accounts. Then we've got some basically account management stuff. Now, these are all different categories, I suppose you could say. So let me make another wee file up here. I'm just going to call this notes.php, right? So we've got these categories, and the categories are things like passwords, notes, addresses, payment cards, and bank accounts, right? So passwords, notes, addresses, payment cards, and bank accounts. Okay, that's cool. Now, if we think about just passwords, I mean, we can do the other stuff later on, right? So if we think about passwords, how are we going to structure that? I mean, clearly there's going to have to be some kind of member ID, right? Clearly there's going to have to be some kind of, let me think here. Okay, I am going to do a password, but only for the live stream. I've got an idea for something which I think could be really, really good. I'll tell you what my idea is, and I hope that you like it. So here's my idea. I think that passwords are a thing of the past. I really do. And I think that the future is this type of thing, where people log in with social media things, you know. So this is the way that I really want to go here. And I don't want to handle passwords. I only want to pretty much do something like this, you know. So let me have a think here. Right, if we're thinking about the database table, then we probably want, you know what, to hell with the password. We're getting rid of the passwords. We're going to have a member code. A member code, okay? Now, I'm getting all mixed up here. So if we think of members, so there's going to be a members table, right? This is going to be better than LastPass, by the way, because we're not going to be dealing with passwords, or at least it's no pass, you know. So we're going to have an ID, we're going to have a member code, we're going to have an auth method, we're going to have a date joined, we're going to have a last login, and then we're going to have num, well, let's see, date join, last login. Nah, let's not bother with num logins. We'll go with that for the moment, right? We don't want to go too big brother with this stuff. So it's going to be a member code, an authorization method, a date joined, and a last login. Good. That's what it's going to be, and it's a members module. Now the passwords one, if we look at our LastPass screenshot again, I don't know if my idea makes any sense, but in any event, what we've got here for the passwords, that's going to be a member ID, then it's going to be yeah, so it's going to be something like a member ID, maybe a website name, maybe a URL, maybe a website. Let me think here. Let's just go with website URL, okay, for the moment. Now I think that that's going to have to be improved in the future so that it can handle subdomains and stuff like that. But that one is for the future. We don't need to worry about it right now, okay? So that's what we're going to have there. That's what we're going to have there. So I think this is probably a good time to get started. Now, if we start with the passwords module, I'm going to open up the Trongate desktop app. I'm just making sure there's no comments here in case I've done anything stupid. Okay, I hope we're all right. Good. So we'll start with the Trongate desktop app. We're going to create a new Trongate module. And we're going to call this yeah, so we're going to call this member password. That's the singular, right? Member passwords. Now, let me show you how this is going to work. We can have a wee icon if we want, and maybe chuck in, what would be an icon? Do they have an icon for a password? No. Maybe a little padlock or something like that, or a little shield. Okay, that'll do me. Alright, so let's add these properties here. So if we're talking about the member passwords, we're gonna, well, I'll do the member ID in a minute, but for now, it's gonna be website name, website URL, and then username or email address. Okay, so here we go. So we're going to have website name, we're going to add that, then we're going to have another variable character with website URL. Now I may take that out later on. This is a kind of provisional structure, keep that in mind, you know. So we're going to have website name, website URL, and then let's just have username. Okay, so we'll add that in. And then finally, the one that you came here for, which is of course password. So let's do that, and let's submit these properties. Okay, So now we are choosing a URL column, and we really don't need to do that, so we'll leave that out of this. And we're going to order by website name ascending and generate new module. Okay, so there is our first new module, manage member passwords, and there's how it looks. It's actually kind of a basic thing. Now I'll switch off this LastPass because it could make life a bit miserable. But there it is, and you're very welcome to follow along if you want, okay? Now, the next thing that we are going to do is, I think I'd like to add an image uploader onto this. So if you look at LastPass, you'll see that they've got these little icons here that represent each of the websites. So let's have an image uploader, right? Now, I should probably, let me just jump into this actually for a moment. So here's our module. We created member passwords, and pretty much just because I'm live streaming, I'm gonna say auto complete is assigned to off. Now you don't need to do that, but it's just a thing that I like to do when I'm live streaming. It can get a bit embarrassing when you click website name and all craziness comes up. You know how it goes, right? You know how it goes. I'm sure you understand. Anyway, there we go. So that's kind of cool. Now, so let's just do a little test here, right? So first one, www.whatever.com, some user, and we'll just say password. All right. So I'm just seeing if we have something, and I think we have, so that's kind of cool. So now I'm going to go back to the Trongate desktop app, and I'm going to create another new module, but this time I'm going to browse the module market, and I'm going to use this simple members module here. So let's take that, and it will give us a whole bunch of stuff that we can use for our members area. So we have a little bit of SQL, and as easy as that, we've now got a working members area. So this is probably a good time to do a commit for anyone who's into that type of thing. So I'm just going to go into DC Pass here. You can see if I say get status that a bunch of stuff has changed. So I'm saying get add all, and then get commit created basic member password module and simple members module. All right, there we go. Okay, now let's do a really super basic home page. It does not have to be fancy, and it doesn't have to be cool or anything, or, you know, just something really simple. So let's just say data view module is welcome, and then I'm going to say this template. We'll load up the public template that comes with this thing, and we'll say data view file equals, we'll call this one homepage content. So inside the welcome module in views, I'm going to have a new file called homepage content.php. So if we refresh, we get that. And so now we can say welcome to, and if you echo out app name, maybe it's like this. Gee, do we not have an app name? Hold on a minute. Oh, pardon me, it's website name. Alright. So there we go, right? Now, pretty darn simple stuff. So let's just chuck in a little login button. So we'll do maybe a paragraph, and we'll have a link that goes to members/join. So we'll say sign up for free, like that. Now this, as things stand, that'll be an ordinary link, but let me just show you something. I'm going to do another one that goes to members login. Log in to your existing account. Alright, so these are going to be just two ordinary links, as you can see, but we can turn them into buttons by saying link attribute class equals. Now the first one is just going to be a class of button. We're going to pass in these link attributes here. You see that that's now a button. Hello wee Blackie, how are you doing? Yay! Oh, you're looking fine. Oh, you're looking fine. Alright, pardon me, I have a wee visitor. Yes, the best looker in the whole neighbourhood. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Alright. So anyway, moving along, I'm going to do another class, but this one I'll say button alt, and we'll have kind of an alternative button going on. So let's just say link attribute again, and now we get that, okay? So there's our thing, and there you go. Give me a wee second. You alright, wee pal? Here you go. I think we're good. I have a wee cat here looking for attention. So anyway, we've got log into your existing account, that all works. And then we've got our join feature, that all works as well, you know. Okay, now, I'm just thinking here. Right, for the moment, I'll use the existing members system for joining and all of that, but I am going to change it later on. This wee cat's really hanging about. Give me a second, will you? Alright, wee pal, what's up with you? What do you want? What do you want? Are you okay? Are you okay? What you doing? What you doing? Alright, where are we going then? Where are we going? You tell me. You tell me. Are we going over here? Oh, right, okay. And where now? Okay, we're going now. Okay. Yeah, where are we going now? You want something to eat? You tell me. Is that it? Alright. Come on. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, I apologise for that. I made the cat a wee treat there, a little bit of cooked chicken and all of that, and they're as happy as can be, you know. Okay, so we're going to move on. Now, I think what I'm going to do with this one is when we hit sign up for free, instead of doing this, I'm going to just bypass this whole thing, and I'm going to just have a sort of auto create account feature just for the moment, right? I don't want to get too involved in this stuff right now, but ultimately I don't want to just do a LastPass clone. I want to do something a bit better, you know. So I'm going to just say members, let's just call it auto create new or something like that, or auto create account. Okay, so let's just say auto create new account, something like that. So now if I refresh, you'll see we've got a wee button here. It doesn't really go anywhere, but we are going to add something in. Now this is all just temporary to get us out of the starting blocks here. So we'll just say function auto create account, and this is probably a good time to look at our table, and we're going to see if we can do something with this, you know. So here's the DC pass thing, and you can see we've got our members table here. It's got a URL string, username, first name, last name, email address, blah 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 blah, and a user token. So let me just copy this, and then I'll do something like this, just so I've got a wee reminder of what we're needing here, right? So I'm going to just say data username is, now I'll just put in a wee test username here. I'll put in a first name. Don't know if we even really need it, but we might as well. So here's the last name. Okay, so then we're going to have data email address equals, I'll chuck my own email address in here, and then we'll have data date joined is that, and then data code is going to be make rand string. Now that now has a default of 32, so I'm going to change this code column here to a 32. Alright, so that takes us to code. Now for data, I'm not going to have a password, believe it or not, so I'm not going to have that, but I'll have data num logins equals 0. I'm getting rid of passwords, folks, you know. Now data TronGate user ID is going to equal TronGate user ID. I'll say that data confirmed is 1 just for coolness, and then data user token is empty. I won't even be needing that, right? So there we go. And in fact, just for convenience, I'll say that data password is and make it empty. Even though I'm going to take it out in the future, we'll do that, right? Now the key thing to look at here is this TronGate user ID thing. So we're going to create a new TronGate user record. So let's do that. So we'll say, okay, if we have a wee look at this thing here, TronGate users. Now you can see that we've got TronGate user levels. We've got level 1 administrator, level 2 member. And you can see also that we've got a code, by the way. So let's just say, you know what, maybe the code could be used. I don't know. I don't even know what the heck I'm doing. But let's just say that data code is make run string. I might change some of this actually. And data user level ID is going to be 2. And then we're going to just say this model. Let's insert this data into TronGate users. Now when we do the insert, that's going to return the ID of the new record. So I'm going to say that the TronGate user ID is that. And then immediately after we do that, I'll unset the data and then we create the new member record. Okay. Then we're going to have a thing called InYouGo. Now InYouGo accepts a member ID and a remember thing, you know. So let me go to this auto create account thing. So we're going to say that the member ID is this model insert that data into members, and then we're going to simply say this InYouGo that member ID, and let's just remember this person. Okay, so here's our home page. I'll say sign up for hang on, little syntax error here. I forgot to say equals. Alright, so I'm going to say auto create new account, and now it's asking me to set a password. Now I'll just I really get irritated. I've had some accidents with this. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm being super paranoid here because I've just had some weird browser behaviors and accidents during live streams and stuff, you know, where you click on a password field and it shows you your passwords on real sites, you know. So anyway, that's where we are. We now have an account. Now I'm going to go back to the home page here where it says log into your existing account. I'm going to do the same type of vibe here. So let's just go to that. So we'll go to members login, and I'll chuck a wee thing maybe downstairs, maybe down here even. In fact, let's just do it like another paragraph, and we'll just say members / auto login. Okay, auto login. So if you look at the bottom of the page, you can pretty much just see that right there. So if we click on that, not much happening for the moment, but we'll have it so that it lives right next door to this auto create account thing. So we're going to just say function auto login. So auto login is going to just say this. It's going to call InYouGo. The member ID is going to be 1. Remember me is going to be a value of true. So if I now say auto login, you can see that it just logs me straight in. Now the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm going to get rid of the password. I don't want people to update account passwords and stuff. This is a personal opinion and you don't have to agree, but I think that social logins are the future, especially with two-factor authentication. So that is the mechanism by which people are going to be creating accounts and logging in. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm just doing a wee shortcut to speed this process up, and hopefully this will get us out of the starting blocks, you know. Now let me open up Dynamic Nav, and I'm going to just have a little li in here, and this is going to say members manage, and then let's just say members, and we'll have a little FA with user circle. So if you refresh, look on the top left, you'll see that we've now got this going on, right? Okay, it's really hot in here. I think I'll get the heating too high. No, maybe not. Okay, so how are we doing so far? I wonder if anybody voted in the poll. Well, somebody uses LastPass. I'm going to open this window. I feel a wee bit breathless today, I don't know why. Anyway, so that's all looking pretty cool, right? And if we look at the admin panel, we've got member passwords here, and we've got members. So what we're going to now do is we're going to join member passwords to members. And to do this, we're going to use the Trongate desktop app for speed. So we're going to create a module relation. This is going to be a one-to-many relationship. The parent module is going to be members, and the child module is going to be member passwords. The parent identifier column, that can be username. I'm not sure if we'll even use that, but the child identifier column can be something like the website name. So let's generate that relationship. Okay, so what that means is if we look at our member passwords module, now you can see that we've got an associated member here. So each and every member password is going to be associated with a member. This is not how it's going to look, by the way. I'm just mapping it out, you know. The next thing that I think I would like to do is add in an image uploader. Let's do that as well, because if you look at the screenshot, they've got these little images, right? So let's create image uploader, and the module is going to be for member passwords. And then we're going to say choose uploader type. It's going to be a single picture uploader, and we'll just say generate image uploader. Here we go. Okay, so now if we look at our member passwords thing, we've now got the ability to upload images for the different passwords. Shall we do one of them just now? Alright, well, I guess we'll need some kind of logo, so give me just a wee minute. Again, I'm being super paranoid here today. But let me see what I can find. It's probably just because this is a public live stream and I don't do too many of them lately, you know. Alright, so either that or I've got some really dodgy pictures. Okay, how about if we say something like, now what would be a site that would log into? Do you know what? To hell with it. We can do that later on. We know that the functionality is there if we want it. Okay, so what I think we should maybe be focusing our attention on next would be probably building a page that legitimately looks like this. I think that would be a good idea. Now, let me take a wee trip to the Trongate website. Going to see if we've got anything here. We've got this cool Mobi thing, which I've used everywhere. Now, cool Mobi looks a bit like this. I mean, it's okay, you know. But is that really what we want? Let me look at this one, bootstrappy. Now that looks far more like the Volt to me. So I think that that's a good starting point. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to use this template here for the members admin panel. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so now I just have to figure out how to get that. So if I go here and what we're going to do is click create new module. I'm going to browse the module market, and then I'm going to take this bootstrappy thing. I'm going to hit get. The item was successfully downloaded. I'll say OK, and there we go. Now let's take all of the members area and give it that bootstrappy theme. So the way that we do that is if we look at the members area here and we search for template, right? You can see we've got a template to use that gets called everywhere. Now there's a few places where it's saying admin. Do you see that? And then there's a few places where it says template to use. So how about the template to use here? It's saying public, so that must be when they're not logged in, right? Such as the join page and so on. That's all calling the template to use. But this template admin, that's what's given them this page here. So let's change this here, and we'll do that within the entire members module. So we're looking for template admin, and we're changing to template bootstrappy. That's the name of it. So we're going to replace. Let's just save, refresh. Now hold on. Right, your account is going to be bootstrappy. Okay, that's cool. That's cool, right? Close enough, right? Close enough. Okay, now it is time for us. This page as well is going to get changed. In fact, do you know what? I think we're having challenges with this thing. Let me just get my act together. So we've got something like that. We've got update your details. Okay, I think that's all cool. Members, update password. Let me change that. Alright, none of these pages are actually perfect, but they're reasonable, you know. So, what we're going to do now then is a little bit of design work. Not a lot, just a wee bit. And I'm going to get something that's close to this thing here, okay? So let me open up Photopea. It's everybody's favourite free Photoshop copycat. That's photopea.com. And there's other ways of doing this, by the way. If you've got a colour picker as a browser, that's probably going to be faster than this. But I'm going to copy this image, then head into Photopea here. And again, if you've got a colour picker, you're 50 steps ahead of me. But here we go. Now you can see that we've got this red colour here. And if we look at our bootstrappy site, here, this is all being loaded up by a file called bootstrappy, and in the top gutter on bootstrappy.css you can see it's given it this background color. So we're going to change that. So I'm going to go to public themes, bootstrappy, dark, CSS. Okay, now right here we're changing this dark color to this bright red color here that we got from the LastPass site. Like that, with a little hash symbol thing. So now we go like that, and that's not too bad. Now what else have we got? Let's have a look here. Okay, they've got kind of a light grey colour going on the left. We've got kind of a dark grey. I think that's okay. I can live with that, you know. Where it says your company name on the bootstrappy.php file, that's being called from a thing called our name. Now if you go to config site owner, you can change our name to anything you want. I'll call it DC Pass for the moment, but anything you like, and I'm sure that we can work on logos and stuff later on. Alright, now let's get a bit deeper into this. Right, they've got a thing called all items, and that appears to be pretty much, funnily enough, all items. Well, you know what? I'm not sure if I'm too into that. So let me open up this bootstrappy thing. We will say, now let's just see here. You know what? To hell with it. Let's just do it exactly the same. Why not? Why not? All right, we'll do it exactly the same. So I'm going to look for dashboard. So I'm going into bootstrappy.php, dashboard, and we're going to just change a few things. So if you look at their one, they've got all items with a little house. So we're going to say all items, and then we're going to say FA, I'm using font awesome, FA home. Keep an eye on the top left. Do you see how it's added a little house icon there? Then we've got passwords. So let's just change this one that says orders to passwords, and we'll say FA. I think we've got a padlock, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe not. Okay, so let me just see if we can get that. So font awesome, padlock, lock icon they're calling it. Okay, FA lock it seems to be. Ah, there you go, passwords, right? Now let's see what else we've got here. We've got notes. Let's add that on. Now that is going to be FA. I'll take a guess and just say note. I don't know if that's the right one. No. Okay, let's try FA text file. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So that was FA hyphen text hyphen file. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, let me get that right. FA hyphen file. I beg your pardon. FA hyphen file hyphen text. That's the one that we're going to get. Then we've got addresses here. So we'll copy this. Now have to be careful because on our template it's doing a drop down thing and we don't really need that right now. So let's just copy this thing here. Right now, hold on. We've done notes. I made a mistake. I made notes too complicated. Hold on. Let me just sort this out. So notes goes like that. and it's got FA file hyphen text. So after notes, it's going to be addresses. Now, I don't know the symbol for that. I'll try address. Okay, so back to the Font Awesome search. Let's just search for so it's address hyphen book. There it is right there. I think they've got another one. Anyway, doesn't matter, we can change it later on if you want. Now after that we've got payment cards and then bank accounts. So here we go, payment cards and then bank accounts. Okay, so now let's just have a little refresh. Okay, now let's get these done, right? So for payment cards, I'm going to try FA credit hyphen card, just a guess. It worked. And for bank account, I'm going to say FA hyphen bank. Perfect. Perfect. Now, that's pretty much as far as that goes on the left hand side there. I don't really agree with the positioning of all of this stuff down here, and I'm not going to bother with any of that bullshit. So let me just take all of this out. I mean, maybe we could add it later on, but for now I think that that's fantastic. Okay, looking good, looking fine. Now let's go to passwords here, right? So passwords, how are we going to do this one? Well, we could say, let me think here. Yeah, let's have a little link that goes to member passwords. And in fact, do you know what? Yeah, member passwords is fine. Or we could even call it, I think I'll call it your passwords. I don't want to have the member module too busy. Let's just call it your passwords, okay? Or we could call it passwords vault. That might be good. Or vault, you know. I think I'll go with your passwords, okay? So let me just refresh, and when we click on passwords, you can see that it's going to your passwords. So now we're going to do a little bit of manual coding here. Manual coding. And we're going to manually create a little module that's going to be called your passwords. So your underscore passwords. By the way, you can name it something else if you want. You don't have to copy me. But it's going to have a controllers folder, and it's going to have a views folder. Inside controllers, we're going to say your passwords.php. And then let's just set this one up. So we're going to say class your passwords extend Stronggate, and then we're just going to have an index method here. Okay, now this is going to have a data view file equal to your underscore passwords, and again I'm going to call upon the bootstrappy template. So I'm loading up the template, it's the bootstrappy one, and I'm passing in the data. Now if we save and refresh, we get something like that. So we're going to make up a view file here inside views called yourpasswords.php. And how nice is this thing to work on? What a fantastic framework we have. Alright, so now what we're going to try and do is draw a page that looks like this. We want people to feel at home. We want them to feel happy, relaxed, and kind of good. So that's what we're going to try and build, okay? Now, to start this one off, I think I'm going to copy these logos here. So let me take a trip back to Photopia here. I suppose I could copy any old logos, right? But let's see here. I'm just going to just try to figure out how to do this. If we say window, right, what am I navigation at? I'm at 67% here. So I have got some pretty big pictures. These are quite good. Let me copy. That's obviously the payment cards. I've got you. Right, okay, that's cool. Well, let me copy this image and take it into Photopia. You can just watch. All I'm doing is really getting the dimensions here. Okay, so I'll just paste that in as a new layer. And if I grab this and then just select like that, so I can see that this is roughly 218 by about 84, maybe a bit more than that. Let's do this again. Alright, so let's just call it 218 by 84, okay? That is our picture sizes. Now, I think I'm going to make some sample pictures here. So let me just do that. So I'll just say new. And I'm going to just paste this in here, okay? So it's basically just a bunch of sample pictures, no big deal. And that is the plan. Okay, give me a little second here, will you? Okay. Right, hold on. Right, so let's just make a folder up here, and I'm going to call it sample LastPass icons. It's just for testing, you know. So if we go in here, I'll call that one sample 1, or maybe even icon 1. Okay, in fact, let's give it a meaningful name. How about if we call it, let's have a look here. I think it was Visa. It was, right, okay, good. So we'll call it Visa, right? That's our Visa icon, right? Okay, now I'm going to just move this thing across like this. And again, the name of the game is Sample Icons. So copy that. We're going to say File, New. So this one's called Discover. So we'll export that as a PNG. Again, it's all just sample stuff. No big deal. So that one is called Discover. We'll take this one over here. There are far from perfect, you know. But this one, which looks a bit duff actually. Hold on. Alright. It's acting a bit strange. Anyway, who cares? We'll just... Why is it not giving me the full red colour down here? That's very strange. Well, oh, hang on, was I on the wrong thing? Let me try again. Ah, there we go. Alright, so this icon, export as PNG. This is a MasterCard, okay? That's our MasterCard icon. We're going to save. Now, let's go down here and we'll do this one. So I'm just going to copy that, head here. We'll export this one, of course, as PayPal. Okay. Not got too long to go here. Now, you may be wondering, why on earth am I being so pedantic with all of this stuff, you know? Is that the right word? Well, the answer is because there have been dozens and dozens of attempts to do password managers that are similar to LastPass, and they're all rubbish. And one of the areas where they fail is they just don't have the same familiarity, you know, that people know. Now, what was this one called again? Hold on. Mum's credit card. Oh, jeez. Alright. So, export as PNG. Aye. So as I was saying, I think that a lot of the attempts at this that have been done, they fail because they don't have that same look and feel, you know. So what we're trying to do here is give people a sense of familiarity, you know. So when they look at it, they're like, ah, I know this, you know. And hopefully they'll feel kind of comfortable and everything will be just great, you know. So let's just do a few of the popular website ones here. That one hasn't got perfect alignment, but it doesn't matter too much. Alright, I'll just take a few others. I remember, what am I doing here? Oh, that's Microsoft. Yeah, I remember I used to always do the development first. Like, I'd try and get the development perfect, you know? And then, only when the development was decent would I look at the design and the usability. And then I saw a video from Steve Jobs, and he said in it, start from the user experience, you know? and work your way back to the technology. That was none other than Steve Jobs who said that. And so I switched and I started doing the design pretty much first, you know. I mean, okay, I set up the basic site, but for the most part, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to do 2 more. Yeah, so Amazon. So basically what I'm doing these days is I take the advice of Steve Jobs, and I really think it's the way to go, you know. So you start from the experience and then you work backwards to the technology, you know. Okay, so alright, that's my last one, alright. So we've got a bunch of little icons here, and maybe I'll call this one PayPal Alt. Alright, there we go. So how are we doing in the room? I'm as popular as ever. Alright, well, welcome folks, welcome. If you're just joining us, we're doing a LastPass clone here. At least that's the idea, okay? So we're trying to build a page that looks a little bit like this. Kind of like this one here, okay? So you can see that if we click on this, it says all items and blah, 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 and there you go, right? So let's just see if we can somehow map anything together that looks a wee bit like that, you know? Okay. Okay, I won't be needing this anymore. At least not for now. Okay. So at the top of this, we're going to have a little H1 that says passwords, like that. Okay, so we're trying to build this type of design here. Now underneath this, we're going to have, let's say, vault. They call it the, am I right in saying, LastPass? You know what? Let's just call it items grid. So items underscore grid. It's going to be like that, right? Now we'll do a little for loop that's going to loop through some sample items. Now I'll just make something up, right? So let's just say data items equals this. Now I'll just say fetch items, and later on we'll refine this and we'll make it look kind of decent, right? But just for the moment, what we'll do is we'll say something like the following. Let's say row data. Now think about what we've got here. We've got a picture, we've got a website name, and we've got a username. So let's say row data website name equals, now we'll add a few in, right? So let's just say Amazon, for example. Then we'll say row data. Now have a look at what it's doing. It's given us a username, it looks like. Although it says email address, but we'll just say username, right? So username equals, let's just say username. And then we've got our picture. So that's kind of cool. So let's just say row data picture. Now we'll come on to the pictures in a minute. And let's also just have an ID. Okay. If I was being really smart here, I would probably go to member passwords. So you can see we've got website name, website URL. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. So we've got username, that's fine. We've got picture, that's fine. So let's just say row data ID. Okay, cool. So there we have it. Now, this is going to be building up an array of items. So I'm going to say that items is row data. And I'm going to say, now this is kind of caveman coding here, but I'm only just trying to get out of the starting blocks, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's right. I told you it was caveman coding. So let's just see if we can do something with this. So I'll have 3, 4. You know what? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I've got a better idea. I have a better idea. Let's just actually do this. So I'm going to go to your underscore account. Oh geez, hold on a minute. Right, let me just log in. Right, there we go. So what we'll do is we'll do this from the admin panel, right? So even though it's not the member experience, I think that we should add in some real test data here. So I'm going to go to member passwords manage. It would be member passwords manage. Right, here we go. Okay, so let's do this for real then, okay? So for the first one, now do I have an annoying autocomplete here? I think I might have. Give me just a second. Alright, okay, it's off. Good. Alright, so here we go then. So for the first one, we'll just say Amazon website URL. Now, I suppose I should put in the full thing. Something like that. Username is some user. I'll just make the password for all of these, right? Associated member DavCon. Now I know that that's not the way that we're going to be doing this when we do this for real, but it's just to get us out of the starting blocks, okay? So let's now just keep on going. I'll say, I'll call this one PayPal Business for no particular reason, okay? I'll say HTTPS, let's just say PayPal, chuck in a .co.uk or something like that. Anything you want. Username is going to be, I'll just say DavCon again. As always, I'll just say that the password is password and I'll associate it, and there we go. So I'm going to add 12 of these, right? So let's do Netflix next. So Netflix, it's going to have a URL of HTTPS, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter if the URL is right, it's absolutely fine. And I'll just call it, username is, I'll say that the username is Starsky for this site. Password, associated members, that, and there we go. So now we're going to do Microsoft. So here we go. It's Microsoft website URL. Again, it doesn't matter too much. I'm just making up all of these crazy usernames to try and simulate how this thing might look, you know. Okay, let's now do Google. Now, of course, the passwords are going to be encrypted and all of that, but this is early days. We're only just getting started here. So the username is going to be something like that, and the password is going to be password, and the associated member is going to be that. Now, how are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 of them here. Now let's look in the folder. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I think I'll leave it at that for the moment. Now let me just add some pictures, okay? So for Amazon, I'm going to be going into my sample icons if I can find them. Sample LastPass icons, here we are. So I'll upload my Amazon thing. There it is. Now we'll do the same for Google. And just do all of the others. So here's Microsoft. Okay. And then we've got Netflix. And then we've got PayPal Business. So for that, I'm going to use this PayPal Alt thing. Okay, perfect. Alright, so now we're in a position where we have actually got some passwords here, okay? So what I'm going to do then is go back to your passwords and we'll add in this fetch items feature. Now, if we look at the passwords table, member passwords, you can see that we've got a members ID thing here. So we need to figure out what the member ID is for this member, you know. And you can see that we've got a thing here called get member object. And also, if I take you to TronGate security, you can see that we've got a thing here that can make it so that this is secure for the members area, you know. So I'm going to uncomment this. Give me a minute. Could you give me a wee minute? It's a call from France. Hang on. All right, folks. Well, I do apologise for that. You know, I had a phone call there that came in all the way from France, and I've lost my viewers and everything here. And I really, really do apologise for that. But I'm back now, and I think Simon might be in the room. Hello to you, Simon, if you're still there. So we're building our password manager, you know. That's what we're doing. And I've added in some sample data here. So if we take this page, this index page, for example, let me just show you what it does, okay? So if we refresh, it's given us something like this. Right, I apologise for my phone going here. Okay, so we're trying to build this. Now, for anyone who uses LastPass, it may look slightly familiar, right? And so now what we're going to do is we're going to add in a little bit of security. So I'm going to say token, pardon me. I'm going to say this module, Trongate security. Then I'm going to say token is this Trongate security. Now let's just say, if we look at Trongate security, it's asking for make sure allowed and then a scenario. So we're going to say make sure allowed, and the scenario that we're going to pass in here, right around here, if you look at Trongate security, you'll see that it's called members area, and you write it just like that. No apostrophes for us, you know. Now that should give us a token if this person is logged in, but it should kick us out if they're not logged in. In this case, we are logged in, so it gives us a token. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say let's fetch items, and we'll pass in our token here. Okay, or if you want, we could do something else. In fact, we could let's do something else. Let's say this module members, and let's just say member object is this members get member object, and we'll pass in the token. Now what that's going to do is it's going to give us all of the member details. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, I'm slightly lost here. This module, Trongate tokens. Let me just check. I want to see what this token means. Oh, do you know what it is? I think I'm logged in as an administrator. I think that's what it is. So let me just log out. I'm going to go to members, log out. There we go. Now I'm going to auto log in. Then I'm going to go to passwords. Oh, you miserable swine. Alright. This module Trongate tokens. Now this should help me to figure out what on earth is going on. So let's get this user object from Trongate tokens, and we'll try and figure out what on earth is going on. So user object is this Trongate tokens get user object, and we'll pass in our token. Now let's do a little JSON on the user object, comma true. So as you can see, it appears that I am logged in as an administrator here, which is kind of a bit of an inconvenience. I'm going to change the environment from dev to live. I don't want that type of thing happening. I really don't. So I'm going to now go to members / log out. So if we now go back to your passwords, there you go. Okay, so that's running make sure allowed members area. Now we can pass in a reject URL. So we can say something like params reject URL is something like members login, and I think we can pass that in here. And what that should mean is if we go to passwords, oh pardon me, it's your passwords. Now when we're not logged in, it takes us to the member login page. So that's looking a whole lot better. You can see that our user level ID is 2, which is good. So this is all fantastic. And with that, we're now able to fetch our member details, which we could potentially use some other place, you know. And with that being the case, I'm going to say fetch items, and I'm going to pass in our member ID like so. So let's just chuck in the member ID. There you go. And if we look at our members table, or pardon me, our passwords table, you'll see we've got a column called members ID. So let's just say rows is this model, and we're going to say get many where. Now, just to show you how this one works, we don't use it every day, but if you look at get many where, it takes a column, a value, and a table. So we're going to say that the column is going to be, it's actually called members ID. Okay, so that's the column. Next, we're looking for a value. So the value is member ID. And finally, we're looking for a table. So the name of the table is member passwords. Now that's going to hopefully produce a bunch of rows. If we say JSON rows true, you should be able to see those. There they are. So we're now going to return the rows like so, which takes us here. Now, as you can see, we're fetching the items and we're turning it into an array that we are calling items. So, over on the your passwords thing, we're going to do some PHP, and we're going to say for each items as item. And each and every one of these little beauties is going to get a wee div, maybe something like that. And I'll also just do a little JSON item here so that we can see something, you know. So there you go. That's our grid. Needs a wee bit of work, but it's not too bad, you know, not too bad. All right. So now we're going to do a wee bit of styling. I'll do it directly on the page for convenience. I'm going to say that when we're talking about items grid, well, first of all, if it's a direct descendant div, let's just give it a crazy border of one pix green solids, just so we can see the thing, right? And then we're going to say that items grid is going to have a display type of grid. We're going to say grid gap is 1em. And then I'm going to say grid template columns is repeat 3 times at 1 FR a pop. So that gives us that. Now later on we can change that, of course, and add media queries, but we're not quite at that stage just yet. So the next thing, let's just look at the screenshot here. I think, yeah, I think we're quite good with this actually. So now what we'll do is we'll copy this, and we're going to go into this div here, and I'm going to just paste what we've got. So I've got a wee reminder. I'm not fumbling about saying, well, what on earth do we have here? So we are inside this div, all right? And now we're going to bring it all to life. So if you look at the actual LastPass thing, well, it looks like it's got 3 elements in it. We've got a picture, a website name that looks like a link or something, and then a username underneath it. So let's just say that that's 3 divs, right? Now we're going to just say picture for the moment. And then next underneath it, I'm seeing the website name. And then underneath that, I'm seeing a username. Okay, now let's just save and refresh and we'll see how we're doing. Alright, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. So, let's think about the picture. Now, the picture, it's going to log me out here. Alright, let me just change my config back to dev mode so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, so the picture lives inside the module. And you can see how these things are structured, you know. So what I'm going to do is on our your passwords thing, I'm going to add picture paths, right? So I'm going to just say add full pick paths, let's call it, right? Now what this is going to do is it's going to take in some rows and it's going to return some rows. And here's how it goes. We're going to say for each rows as key is assigned to value. Now we can see that we do have a little thing here called picture. So let's just assume that we're going to have rows with a key of key assigned to, now let's just call it pick path, okay? So that is going to be equal to, and we know that it looks something like this. So I'll chuck in the base URL, which doesn't do any harm. And this part here is the actual picture field that's on the database. So I'm going to say value loading up picture. And this part here is the ID. So I'm going to say value loading up ID. So now we have just modified rows by adding in a full picture path. If I do JSON rows true, and then we'll go back here and refresh. Okay, so we've got our rows. I'm just going to say rows is this. So it's add full pick paths. We chuck in the rows. And as you can see, it's now giving us those full picture paths, which is pretty darn cool. So back over to our view file. We're going to go where the picture lives here. And we're going to do that. And we're going to chuck in item loading up pick path like that. And then let's just refresh. And there you go. Not too bad. That's not too bad. Now, I think that there's a real legitimate case for doing media queries here, because it's kind of looking a bit rubbish, isn't it? If we're being entirely honest, you know. It is looking a wee bit rubbish. So we're going to do media queries at some point, but maybe not quite yet. For the moment, I'm going to just chuck in a maximum width of something stupid, because it's just going to be a wee bit easier to work with. So if we do something like that, maybe you'll even make it, let's see, let's do repeat 4 for the moment, just for the moment. I think that that's looking kind of good, right? And also, just because we can, I think I'm going to go a wee bit further. I think I'm going to say, now let's just do a for loop here. maybe like 4 times, you know. And what we're going to do is we're going to say rows is, and we're going to say okay, let's just say more rows equals rows, and then rows is array merge with rows and more rows. Okay, so all I'm doing is just adding more test data. I'm trying to get an idea of what this thing could look like if it was fully functional, you know. Now this is a good time to go back to our little divs here where each of those items actually live. And what we're going to do is we're going to give each and every one of these little beauties a class of card. And already you can see that this is coming to life here. We could also, if we want, add in a class of card body. I think we've got that. Let me just check. Yeah, let's just chuck card body and it won't do any harm at all. So that is, of course, card hyphen body. And we'll chuck these 3 little beauties inside the card body like so. And refresh. Okay, and now it's really starting to look quite good, I think. Now I'm going to just format the website name and the other thing. So it looks like the website name is just a link with bold text, right? So I'm going to just say a little link like that. Now let's not worry about where it goes just now, but something like that. And then the username is going to be a wee bit smaller. Now let's give this a class of website name, and let's give this a class of website username. I don't really need to do that, but I feel like it's going to make things a bit more straightforward, you know. So I'm going to say that if we're on items grid and we've got a class of now website underscore, I'm all over the place with my underscores and hyphens here, but just to prove that we have a gig, well actually we're just going to say font weight bold. So that's like that. Okay, and the next thing we can do is I'll add in a little, well actually I'm going to say that for this website name and for website name with a link, I'm going to say that the text decoration is none. Okay, so that's what we've now got. Now for items grid dot website username, for that let's just change the font size to something like 0.9em. And I don't know if you noticed that, but it did go a little tiny bit smaller. You know what I mean? So that's just fine. Okay, so not too bad. That's not too bad. Now let's just increase the minimum width or the maximum width a wee bit. So now we've started to get something like this, and I think that this is starting to look kind of cool. We do have some margins here that kind of bother me, and I don't know what's causing those. So it looks like those are being caused by the card. See that? So I'm going to take our card and I'm going to remove margin top, and I'm also going to remove margin bottom. So let's just say if we're on items grid and we're talking about a card, then margin top is going to be 0, and margin bottom is going to be 0. We refresh. Now that's really starting to look good, right? Now I'm going to say for the items grid itself, the margin top, let's try 3M. Now let's look at the picture. And I think you'll find that we're actually not a million miles away here. Not a million miles away. Okay. Kinda cool, kinda cool. Alright. Now, what next? Let's have a look at the screenshot here. So we've got a bunch of items, and I'm seeing a plus symbol on the bottom right hand side of the page. So that must be for adding passwords onto the page. So once again, do you see how they've got a plus symbol and it's red, right? So, and it's probably fixed. So we're going to have that, right? So let's just, we can probably take this. Now let me just think. Actually, we'll sort these out. So we're going to echo item loading up website name. I almost forgot. And then item loading up website username. Now, oh pardon me, it's just called username. There you go. So there's our website usernames, and I think that's looking kind of good. I do think that this font can be a wee bit smaller though. I'm going to go with 8.4. That's right. I am that much of a perfectionist. Maybe do a wee 3 pixel margin top. Alright. So that's looking kind of good. Now onto the plus symbol thing, right? So we're going to have a little div. I can get rid of this now. It has served its purpose. Okay, let me just sort my indentation out. Right, on the alt here, I'll add on website name. Okay, so now downstairs here, we're going to have a div. This time it's going to have an ID, and it's going to be called add BTN. And add BTN is going to have a button, and the button is going to have a plus symbol. Now let me just write the word plus. I just want to look at this thing here. So do you see it right here? Now what we want to do is position this on the bottom right hand side of the page, just like the way LastPass does this. So what we're going to do then is we're going to go to this add button thing here. So here it is, it's add BTN, and we're going to say top is, well actually bottom, we'll start from downstairs. I'll say 1M, I'll say right 1M, and I'm going to say position is fixed. Now if we refresh, where in the name is it? Right, hold on. Border 3 pix red solid. Oh, I said it's add underscore. I get all mixed up with my hyphens and my underscores, right? But there it is there. Do you see it in the bottom right hand side? Just like the LastPass website. Look, they've got a plus symbol. We've got a, or a button rather. Now, let's bring this thing to life and make it look like their button. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a border radius of, I think, 50%. That was the wrong thing, pardon me. It's the button within add button. So that is going to have a border radius of 50%. Okay, it looks a wee bit crazy. But inside the button, we're going to have an icon, and it's going to be FA. I think it's called add, or is it called plus? Ah, there you go. FA plus, something like that, you know. And for the button itself, let me just say that the padding, now I'll put in some random numbers here. I'll just try 7 pixels. Okay, so suppose we say 714. Let's do a wee adjustment or two. I'm not going to spend my time worrying about stuff like this too much. In fact, let me just look at the font sizes. Right, do you see how that's about a third the size of the box? Do you see that? In fact, I say a lie, it's about 40% the height of the box. It's about 40%. So if we think about our boxes here and we can inspect them. So this box is about 159. So it's going to be roughly 30. We probably want this here, this button, to be about 60 pixels high. So maybe we should change this to, like, I'll try 1420. Actually, here's a better idea. Let's say font size, and we are on a mission to bring back the pixel here. Yeah, that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Now let me look. So the button, not the div, but the actual button should be about 60 pixels. Now at the moment it's 48. So let's just change this font size up to, I'll try 33. It's far too big. Let's try 30. Let me see. Let me try 27. Okay, that feels right. 27 feels kind of good. Kind of good. And I'll get rid of this. Okay. Now, for reasons unknown, it's still not quite right. I'm going to make the padding bottom 7 pixels and then 14 like that. Just be a bit... Ah, there we go. So that's now starting to look pretty darn good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to sample this colour here. And then for that button, we're just going to say that the background colour is that colour. And if you hover over that thing, we're going to just darken it down. And the way that we do that is we'll take everything down a notch. So DD becomes CC and all the 2s become all of the 1s. Now watch how the button, hang on, I'll just add in a border. Border. So it's 1 pix. Then this colour here. Solid. Like that. And then when we hover, we're going like this. And this. Okay. And you can see it's kind of subtle, but we do have a hover effect there. Okay. So there it is, it's right down there. I wonder if you can see that. Okay, well, what a great day we are having. Now, when we click on that thing, it's going to give us the opportunity to add in a password, you know. So the way that that's going to work, for us at least, is we're going to just have an on click equals open modal, and the name of this modal is going to be I'll call it create password, create underscore password, right? So we're going to build one of those little modal things. So this is a div with a class of modal, an ID of create underscore password. Now watch how quick you can create these modals with this framework. I'm going to say modal heading is create password record, something like that. Then I'm going to have modal body. Now this is going to have an H3 with actually maybe not an H3, let's just do a paragraph for the moment, we'll figure it out in a minute. But we'll chuck in a little style with a display type of none. So when we click on this, there's a little pop-up, and I think that's looking not too bad. But let's get the actual modal heading thing looking decent, right? So later on I'll put all of this in a style sheet, but for the moment we'll just keep it here, and we're going to add in this background color like so. So if we click on this, there you go. Now I'm seeing what looks like kind of a strange border here. See how it says border 1 pix primary darker? I don't like that, so I'm going to say border, for us it's going to be 1 pix, and then we'll use this color, and I'll just say solid. So now if I click this, you can see it says create password record, and I think that looks quite good. Now this is obviously going to have a form. The form will bear a striking resemblance to this form here. So again, I'm clicking create password record, right? Now if you want, you can chuck in a wee icon and be super cool. So we could, for example, we could take this modal heading here, chuck in a little icon with FA and then FA hyphen lock, and now if you look in the top left, we've got a little padlock icon here, which is kind of cool. So here you can see we've got website name, URL, a couple of other bits and pieces, right? So let's do that. So we're going to have actually, are we going to have a normal form? Yeah, I think we'll have a normal form here. Just an ordinary form. Nothing fancy. So form open. Now this is going to go to your passwords submit. Then we're going to echo form close. Now we're going to echo form label. So we're going to have website name. Then we're going to echo form input. Now the form input is going to have a name of website name. It's going to be empty, and we're going to have some attributes. Let's just say that the placeholder is enter website name here, and let's also have some attributes that say ID equals, well, we don't even need that because it's an ordinary form. So you know what, let's just chuck in our attributes. So if we go back here, click on this, you can see it says website name, enter website name here. Pretty straightforward, you know. Now let's keep on going. Okay, so we've got website name, then we've got website URL. So let's just say website URL, enter website URL here. So that's website URL. Okay, so again, there you go. Then we've got username, and then we've got password. Now, I'd like to just quickly see how this works. Okay. So this is adding passwords. Now look at this. That's the thing I want, right? So we've got URL, name, username, site password, and then we've got a thing called folder. I'm not going to bother with any of that stuff. We're just going to have URL, name. So let's have a look. Yeah. So I'll flip these around. I mean, I could make it look exactly like that form, but what's the point, you know? It's really just a form. So we'll go with URL, name, then we'll have username, then site password. So it's website name, URL, then username. So enter username here. And then finally, they're calling it site password. We'll do the same. And that's that. So enter, we'll just call it site password here. Okay, so if we just do that and then click that, there you go. Not too bad, that's not too bad. Alright, now I'm going to add in, well, we'll get rid of this, and I'm going to add in a form submit button. In fact, I think I'll have the submit button on the right hand side. So let me do a paragraph with a class and text right. Now that text right class is going to send anything that we chuck in there over to the right hand side, or maybe not. You know what? I'm going to have to do a wee custom tweak here. Modal, body, text right, text align right. There you go. So you see how it's over on the right hand side? So what we're going to have then is a cancel button. So I'm going to just say echo form button. Now this button is going to be called cancel, and it's going to say the word cancel. And then we're going to echo form submit. It's going to go like that. So if we save and refresh and then open it, we've now got something like this. Now let's see if we can get these things looking a wee bit decent here. I'm going to have cancel attributes, and let's have a class equal to button alt, And on cancel attribute, let's have onClick equal to close modal, like that. And then we'll pass in those cancel attributes. So what that means is, when we hit add and this opens, and if we hit cancel, it closes, which is kind of cool. Now let's do the same with the submit button. In the case of the submit button, actually, I'm going to just pass an array directly in. I'm just going to say onClick is assigned to, oh, do you know what? What am I talking about? It's an ordinary form. It's not JavaScript, so we're fine. We're all right. It's absolutely fine. Now, I think this is a good time to go into our bootstrappy theme, which is around about here. And we're going to add in a custom style sheet. So I'm going to say link. We'll have it in the base URL in CSS. I'll call it custom.css, but it can be anything that you like, right? So inside the CSS folder, it's a new file called custom.css. Now, what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to take these variables on Trongate CSS, and we're going to make it so that all of this stuff here, I think this is a good time to do this, you know. We'll take it out of here. We'll move it to our custom CSS file. And then we're going to take these red colors and we're going to make that red color our primary color. Here comes our dark color. So I'm dropping everything down a notch. Here comes even darker. Our primary color, I'll keep that as white. Our secondary color, I don't know what that even means. I don't think we're using it. Let's just try that, right? So if we refresh here and then click, so now you can see that our buttons are looking really good. And I think that that's pretty cool, you know. Pretty cool. Now, let's go into this in just a wee bit more detail. And we're going to look at our site password. And for that, we're just going to say form password. So let's refresh. And that means that when we click this, we get this vibe here going on. I don't like these autocompletes, you know. I'm just going to say autocomplete is off. So if we do this and then click here, that is so annoying. Well, that's just a browser thing. But in any event, we can do that and we can add a password and there you go. Now, one of the other things that I think I'm going to add to this is a little generate password button. And I don't know where we can have that. So let's just see. All right. Let's just do a wee Google search for generate password button. See what it just says, right? Do we have one? All right, let's try LastPass generate password button. Ah, there you go. So that's kind of good, isn't it? That's kind of good. Now I'm just wondering if we could potentially add that onto this form of ours? I don't know. Yeah, I think we can. But we'll make it really, really simple. I'm going to just have a little span here with an ID of generate pass like that. And then we're going to just say, inside here, we're going to just say auto generate. And we're going to have a little icon with a class. And the class is fa-refresh. So if we click on this and do that, you can see that we've got this wee auto generate thing going on here. And I think that that's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Now, let's go into our custom thing. And we'll just say that generate pass. In fact, you know what? Here's a better idea. Let's just add in float right. So if I click this, it doesn't do anything. Oh, Jiminy. Well, well, well. Okay, let's try it this way. So it's called auto generate. Was it auto generate? Oh, pardon me, it's called generate pass. It is a class. Now let me just try float right position relative. Alright, that'll do for now, but maybe we'll change it later on, I don't know. But we've got a thing here called auto generate, right? Now, let's make it so that when the cursor goes over this, we're going to have a pointer like that. So it lets them know that something's going to happen, right? And then on our little modal thing here, we're going to do an on click is generate pass. But you know, I kind of feel like I don't want to start adding more lines of code in here. So to make life a wee bit easier, I'll do some JavaScript. I'm going to just say window, add event listener, and we're going to listen for the load event. So that means that when the page is loaded, something is going to happen. So here's what we're going to do. We'll declare a constant of generate pass, right? So let's just say generate pass. We are in JavaScript, so I'll use camel case. So that is document get element by it. Now, we actually don't need to even say this, but we'll do it anyway, right? Just to clarify. So when the page loads up, we're going to say generate pass add event listener, and we are going to listen out for a click, right? Now when we click, it's going to produce an event object, and we're going to run a thing called auto generate pass like that. Okay, so we'll have a wee function maybe down here, or maybe here's a bit more appropriate. It's going to be called auto generate pass, and I'm going to just alert Ahoy for the moment, right? So when we click this, auto generate, oh, you miserable thing. Okay, add event listener load, generate pass. Let me just see console. loaded. Try again. So it does say loaded. Now generate pass, add event listener, click, console.log, click, come on. Oh. Well, that's a bit mad. Let me try something else. That's really weird. I have no clue what's going on there. Stumped. So let me just say auto gen attribute. So pardon me. Nah, let's not do that. Let's just do, oh geez. Alright, let's just say I'm going to take this out for a wee minute because I think this is causing me a bit of confusion, right? That's really bizarre. Alright, well, in that case, it's as if it generate pass. Right, give me a wee minute here. Okay. Let me console.log generate pass. I'm really stumped by that. Oh, I think I know what it might be. I wonder if it's because we've got a display type of none or something like that. Well, it's given me my outer HTML, that's for sure. So if I say generate pass, add event listener, click, which takes an event or produces an event object, console.log, click. Right, come on, don't let me down, don't let me down. You miserable shithound. That is very strange. Okay, let's try something else. So I'll do this copy selector thing. So this time we'll say that it's document query selector of that. That's generate pass. And then That is the strangest thing ever. I'm stumped. Great programmer is here. Thank you, Daffa's off. Cheers, man. I hope you have a great one too. And great programmer is here. Perhaps great programmer can shed some light on this strange mystery here. So we've got a span with an ID of generate_pass. And the question is, why in the name is that not working? I have no clue. I have no clue. But I'll tell you what, I'm not going to waste any more time faffing about. Let's just add in a little on click equals gen pass. So generate pass, right? So we'll say function gen pass. I'm just going to alert Ahoy. So if I click, it says Ahoy, right? Thank heavens. So what this is going to do then is we're going to get this site password here. Now, if we look at our database table, it's actually just called password, right? So we'll say in here, password. Now let's get all of these things right. So we've got password, username, there you go, right? Now, this password field is going to have an ID of site_password. And when we click on this thing, I'm going to just say site_password is whatever. So let me just refresh. I'm going to hit add this. Hold on. Console.log. Click. Oh, pardon me. It's site password.value equals whatever. There you go. Now we know that that changed it to whatever, right? So that's kind of cool, but we can go a wee bit further. If you think about the type, we could say site password.type equals text, and that means that we'll be able to see the password, you know? So if we go like that, it now says whatever, like that. I'm kind of feeling as if maybe we should be doing that anyway. I don't know. Anyway, that's kind of cool, right? But what we really need to do, I think, is generate a random password. So to do that, I'm going to call a little thing called gen_rand_pass. Now I don't really know. In fact, maybe we can find out. Let me just see if we can figure something out here. If this works, it will be cool. Right, give me a minute. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to this chat. This is the first time I've ever used this like this. So I'm going to say, how do I generate a random password in JavaScript? Note that this function generates a purely random password which may not necessarily be secure. Anyway, you get the idea, right? So it's given us the codes, which is just fantastic. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, it's like, what are you doing thinking? You know, you can just use stuff like this and make life easy. So for the value, you can see that that's returning a password. So we're going to just say generate password. Let's make the password 16 characters, let's say. And so now something incredible is going to happen. If I can find the page. Here we go. So here's our page. We're going to auto-generate, and look at that. It's given us random passwords. Isn't that beautiful? Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, looking good, looking fine. Now, let's get this submit thing working here. I am going to treat it like an ordinary validation situation just for speed. So I don't want to faff about with JavaScript here. So let's just deal with this. We're going to have a little function in here, or a method if you want to call it that, that's called submit. Now let's just do a little JSON on the posted variables and see what we've got here. So as you can see, we've got a bunch of stuff. Now this is doing that cross-site forgery request stuff. That's all built into the framework. What a fantastic framework we have, ladies and gentlemen. So again, let's click on this. Let's chuck in a website URL. So I'll just say HTTPS, how about starwars.com. Username is Darth Vader. And the site password, let's just auto-generate that. And then let's submit. So just take a look at that. And we're going to do our validation now, okay? So to do that, we say this. We're going to call upon the validation helper. We're going to say set rules. The first one that we're going to look at is the website URL. So that has a name of website URL, but a label of website URL like that. Now it's going to be required. It's going to have a minimum length of, let's say, 8 characters. Do you know what? My finger pressed 9 by accident. Fine. 9 characters. So if they go to HTTP, something like that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9's fine. They won't even have that. But we'll do that. Now we're going to add in. Well, later on I'll add in a callback to make sure that this is unique for this particular member, but we don't really need to do this right now. The next thing that we've got, so we've got our website. Let's have a look here. Oh, did I forget to add in a website name? I did. What a Kentucky Fried Idiot. Okay, give me a wee second here. So website URL, we'll just have website name down here. Now on the database it is called website name, so no problems here, nothing fancy. Enter website name here. So here comes the website name. There we go. It's probably a good time to do that again. Okay. So here we go. We'll just chuck in starwars.com. I'll say that the website name is Star Wars. I'll say that the username is Darth Vader. That's really, give me a minute. Oh man, I'm all confused here. Yeah, I was just looking there. It bothers me when I click on things like that and I get all of those autocompletes, because sometimes if I'm working on a client site or something, you know, I'm not into this, you know. Anyway, let's just do auto generate and submit. Okay, so we're back to this situation again. So we're going to do website URL, then we're going to do website name, then we're going to do username, and then we're going to do password, but we'll call it site password. Now let's just go back, fill this thing out. So you've got website URL, website name, username and site password. That all works out. So once again, there you go. Now later on I'll improve this validation in some way, you know. We'll definitely do that. But when we do this stuff, it's going to produce a result. So we're going to say validation helper run. Now that is always going to produce true or false. Always, right? Now if the result is true, that means everything is cool. So we insert a record, you know. But if that's not the case, then we're going to produce validation errors. So what I'm going to do with that is we're going to say else. We'll call upon create like that, and we're going to make a little create method here. Now this create method is going to have a view file called create password. It's going to call upon the bootstrappy template. Let's just make this thing right now. So create password.php. There's really not much point in reinventing the wheel, so I'm going to copy this. Paste in. And so if we refresh, something like this, right? Okay, now it's looking for a variable called headline. So I'm going to say update ID is segment 3. In fact, update ID is an integer of segment 3. And I'm going to say data headline. Well, if the update ID is greater than 0, the headline is going to be update password details. Otherwise, it's going to be create password record. So that's us now with a headline. There it is right there. We are going to have a form location. So the form location is going to be your passwords / submit. There you go. And we're going to have a few other bits and pieces as well. So let's have a wee thing down here called get data from post. So we're going to say website URL is post website URL. I'll add in a little true thing here. Then we're going to have website name, then username, and then password. Okay, now we're going to return that data. So when we arrive on this create thing, we're going to say that the data is this get data from post, and that now gives us this. We have a wee bit of one or two things at the bottom of this that are causing problems, like this associated member stuff, but we don't really need to worry about that. We've also got a cancel URL. We can chuck that in. So the cancel URL is just going to be your passwords. And there you have it. So just to recap, the situation is that somebody goes like this, they fill out this, they submit, and if they get errors, you can see those errors appearing here. And did you know that there's an alternative way to do these errors with the TronGate framework? If you want, you can do this. You can take these validation errors out of here, and where we've got our form, I'm going to pass in an array with a class of highlight errors. And now when we hit submit, you'll see that we get this, which is a wee bit more descriptive. So I'm going to just say validation errors for website name, and then we're going to say let's have validation errors for website URL. Let's have validation errors for username, and let's have validation errors for the password. So if we submit, now you can see that we've got the actual validation errors here. So once again, if we go like this, website name is Star Wars, right? There I've got two fields, and doesn't it look fantastic? Now, one of the things that I think is a good practice, do you see how these buttons are on the right hand side? When you do something like that with a website, it's a good practice to keep that stuff going, you know? So if it happens to be a website where stuff gets aligned to the right, like buttons, then keep the tradition going, you know, and keep it consistent. Makes people feel good. Makes them feel as if you know what the heck you're actually doing. So I just move my buttons to the right hand side there. I will take the cancel thing and maybe bring that here. Okay. So we've now got something a little bit like this. I wonder, just out of curiosity, and nothing more, but I have to wonder if it's possible for me to get a container going here. Well, it brings it in a wee bit, you know. Okay, let's have container. Maybe let's have a container MD class for a medium kind of size, you know. So we'll open up custom CSS, and we're going to just say that container MD is going to have a width of 100, well, maybe 96%, with a margin 0 auto, so that's going to center it, and then a max width of, let me try 840. Okay, hold on. Alright, so we done okay there, but the margin thing is garbage. So let's take that out. Okay, that seems like a better size to me. I feel quite comfortable with that, you know. So there you go. We have some fabulous validation errors all up and running. Pretty cool, right? So, I think it's time for a little coffee. I hope you'll give me a wee moment to sort that out. Have you ever seen such an unpopular YouTuber? Holy moly. Well, let's see if it's a good day or a bad day. It's a pretty good day. We've had 2 stars. So, if you have not given Dongate a star, what on earth are you hanging about here for? This is everything. Without the stars, we're done, you know. So give me a wee minute. I'm just going to top up my coffee here. Alright kids, and we're back. Right, how are we doing? I think that this is looking quite good, even though my channel's looking a bit empty. But I think this is looking good, you know? We've got our thing for creating new password records. We've got our left navigation here looking quite good. Now I want to just, while I'm here, let me just copy this selector, and I'm going to just say that if we happen to be on this and we hover, let's make the color go pure white. Okay, so keep an eye on the left hand side here. You can see that that's now all gone pure white. Alright, not too bad, that's not too bad. Okay, so I'll get the create basic thing working. And yeah, we'll do that. So we've pretty much dealt with validation errors and things of that nature. So now we're going to deal with situations where somebody submits here and it actually goes well. So let's figure that one out, right? So the way that that's going to work is, let's imagine that we get this right. Now we're going to just submit, and you can see that it says well done. So let's now take this thing here and we're going to insert a new record. So before we do that, the first thing we're going to have to do is make this secure. So here's our security. I'm going to go to this submit endpoint and it's now secure, and we've even got a member object, by the way. So what we can do then is we can gather the posted variables. We can obviously do that quite easily by saying data is this, get data from post. That's going to get us those 4 values there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now all we need is a members ID. So members ID equals, we do have a member object, so we load up the ID. And for the picture here, I'm going to just leave it empty. Just for the moment, right? So we'll do that. And then we're going to just redirect to your passwords. But we'll chuck in a wee bit of flash data. And we'll say your new site password record was successfully created. So over on your passwords, right at the top here, we'll have a little space where we'll chuck in just a little bit of flash data like that. Okay, so now when we hit submit, it says your new site password record was successfully created. And if we look at this thing, you know what? It helps if you actually do the insert. So model, we're going to insert that data into, and the name of the table is member passwords. Alright, so here we go again. So here's our passwords. We're going to hit that. Website URL is that. Website name is that. Username is that. Let's auto generate a password. Submit. It's alright. It's alright. Let's go again. Okay, one more time. Here's the URL. Here's the name. Site password is that. Submit. And there you go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Pretty cool, right? Now you can see the problem is that we don't have an icon for that. I'm going to take a wee minute to look at the real LastPass. I hope you'll stay with me here. And I just want to see how they handle that type of thing when they've not got an icon. It must happen all the time, you know? All the time. So, if you just stick with me here. Okay, so I'm going into this LastPass thing here. Okay, that's cool. Got it. So that's pretty cool. So I figured it out and I can bring the screen back and show you. Alright, So it turns out that what they do is they give a random image. So let me just show you what I mean. If we think about the your passwords thing here, do you see how we've got a thing that says add full pick paths? Let's change this a wee bit. Let's say that if value loading up picture is not empty, then we do all of this stuff, right? In fact, I don't like the way that that line is about a mile long, so rows key pick path also equals that. Now that won't change anything, it still works, but if value calling upon picture, oh, pardon me, no, else we'll just say rows key pick path is empty. Alright, now when we come to the passwords here, yep, so when we get to this part, we're going to say if, now I'm actually at the wrong section here. Okay, so right in here, we're going to say if item loading up, or pardon me, if item loading up pick path is not empty, then we're going to have this thing here with our image. I'm sure that I can write this better. Let me just do that, in fact. So we'll just echo, I'll chuck in an image, I'll say here's the source, and we'll just chuck in these bits and pieces. So we're going to have item calling upon pick path, and alt equals, and in here we're just going to say item calling upon website name. Okay. Now here we're going to have a default thing going on. That's right. So when we refresh here, oh, ever get the feeling that you've just messed up? Right, there we go. Apologies for that. Right, so bring this one back. There you go. So there's our default thing, right? Now, how does the default thing work? Well, we're going to just say class equals default icon. And default icon is going to have this with a little class equal to FA lock, like this. Now we're going to go to our style sheet, and for the moment I'm just going to say background color is navy for the default icon. Now I'll change that in a minute, but it's really just to get out the starting blocks. What I really want to do is give it this vibe here. So we're going to say that the max width is 100 and the height is auto. Now if we look here, it's probably a good idea if I take one of these pictures actually. So if we just say let me think here. Okay, so if we copy that selector thing, I'm wondering if I should use JavaScript to do this. I'm kind of inclined to do just that. So, right, this may or may not be a good idea, but let's just say adjust default icons. Now I'm going to make a wee function here called adjust default icons. So what this is going to do is it's going to say const grid icons, yep, is, now we'll say document dot query selector all, and we'll chuck this little beauty here into this thing. So something like that, right? Now I am gonna console.log grid icons.length, and it should tell us how many of those things we've got on the screen, and you can see that it's 25, right? So if the, well, I suppose the other thing that I want to do is get the default icons, right? So let's just say const default icons is, now that is going to be the same kind of vibe, except we'll just say document query selector all, and it's going to be default, and what did we call it? We called it default underscore icon. So now if I console.log default icons.length, now I've got the amount of default icons there is. So I'm going to say that if the default icons.length is greater than 0, then let's have a think here. Okay, let's just say if grid icons dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to say const first grid icon shape. Now that is going to be grid icons first one dot get bounding client rect. I'm going to say const first grid icon height, and that is going to be the first grid icon shape dot height. So now I'm going to say target height is that. So that's that. Now let me just say that for each of the default icons, we're going to say dot style dot min height is target height, and we'll add on some pixels. Oh, do you know what? It's because I'm inside a scope here. So, believe it or not, I want to do a var. There you go. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, of course, that's assuming that we've got grid icons. If we don't have grid icons, if we don't have any ordinary icons, then I'm just going to say that the target height is, and we'll just make it 76, you know. .28 pixels. So that takes care of that. So now we're going to do a wee bit more style magic on our default icon. We're going to say display is flex, actually align item center, justify content center. Flex direction, column. Okay, so that's got our padlock in the middle there. Now I'm going to say that the color is pure white. Maybe not pure white, maybe like just off-white. And the font size is 33. Okay. There you go. I'm also going to say that the margin downstairs. Now, do we have a margin here? I'm not sure. Well, it doesn't do any harm to add in a few pixels. Maybe even more than a few. Alright, so it's something like that. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to give these things here random colors, you know. Random colors. So, how do we do that? Well, let's take a trip to Colors on the Web Wizard. Okay, now if we chuck in our red color here, which is kind of the main color, right? You can see that we've now got an assortment of colors that match this thing, you know, which is kind of cool. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to put that inside my config file. So I'm going to say define let's call it matching colors. And define matching colors is going to be an array. And I'm just going to choose some of these colors here that might look kind of nice. Chuck them in here. We don't want to just, like, you know, come up with colors that don't match what we've got, right? So the nice thing about this is that everything we're doing here is going to look perfect. Okay, so we've now got an array of matching colors. So, what now, I hear you say? Well, now, let's go back to the your password, and we're going to look at this add full pick paths, right? And we're going to just do a little echo OK with a dice statement. I just want you to know that we do have a gig here, okay? Now, we can echo count of matching colors, and it will tell us how many matching colors we've got. So what we're going to do is we're going to say rows with a key of key. I'll just call it cell background equals, and we're going to say that it's from matching colors, and we're going to get a random index. Okay, I'll just call it rand index. Now that random index is going to be a random number between 0 and the I'll just say index end. So the index end is count matching colors minus 1. I think I could actually just put that straight in and get away with that. So now if we do a little JSON on these rows key here just to show you this working, and what we're doing is we're generating these random cell backgrounds. Do you see that? So what that means is that when our page displays, here's the page. So when that happens, we're going to just say style equals background color, and we're going to chuck in right around here, we'll just chuck in cell BG. Now cell BG is item loading up cell background. So now if we refresh this page here, alright, so there's a little bit of a mistake. It's given them all crazy background color. Oh geez. Right, okay, so we're not quite there. I really don't know why that happened. It should be giving them different colours. Now what the heck have I done wrong? Well, let's try something. rows key website name equals rand index. So look at that, 4, 2, 4. So it's generating a random index. But why would it? That is the strangest thing ever. Hold on. I know what it is. There's not a fault. The code is good. The reason why that's happening, and the code is good, so the reason why that's happening is because of this thing here that I added previously. So we're actually good, you know. Okay, that's cool. Do you know what I mean? Now, if we have a look at this code here, so default icon style is background color that. I don't know why it's saying minimum height is 0. Why the hell is it doing that? Ah, there we go. Oh, great. Okay, I'm just refreshing this over and over. See, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just doesn't do that stuff, you know? And I don't quite know why. That's like the worst mistake you can get in IT, when something just doesn't quite work and you just don't know why. So okay. Ah, you know what? Window, add event listener, load, then we take our event object, and then we adjust. That's it. So we basically had to just give the page a wee bit of time to load, you know. But it's cool. It works. Alright, so there you go. Looks pretty good, looks pretty fine. Okay. Now, the next thing that I think I'm going to do is I'm going to encrypt the passwords. Okay, let's do that. So that's all to do with, let's see, just thinking here. Okay, I'm going to look for a little function called encrypt. I think we've got it. Maybe not. Well, I thought we had that. Let me look at this members module. So, no, this does not have encryption. That's bizarre. I should add that onto the framework, you know. I think I should, but maybe not right now. I'll just cheat, and I'm going to grab that encryption module from over there. So let's do that. So I'm heading into the C drive, XAMPP, htdocs. I'm going to go to the Tron-Gate Live 5 site, modules. I do have an encryption module here. I'm going to go to htdocs, and then we'll go to this DC pass thing, modules. I'm going to paste in. So we've now got this encryption thing going on, and now, because we've got that, it means that we should be able to easily encrypt and decrypt passwords. So if we say something like string is hello, and then this module encryption, then I'm going to say string encrypted is this. Encryption, we're going to call upon encrypt. I'll pass in a string. Now I'm going to echo the string encrypted, and there it is. And then if we do a little HR, and now I'm going to say original string. Do you know what I've just realised? Do we want to encrypt? We do want to encrypt. We have to produce them again. So the original string is this encryption decrypt, and we pass in our encrypted string. So we can now echo the original string, and there you go. Two-way encryption. It's as easy as that. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to say rows is this model get order by ID, and we're going to do this on website passwords. If we do a little JSON rows here, we'll see all of those records. Pardon me, it's member passwords. I should have called it site passwords, but it doesn't matter, right? You can see that we've got a password thing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for each rows as row. Now let's say that the update ID is row ID. Then I'm going to say data password is, now I'm going to just say make random string. I'll make it 16 characters in length, right? Now that actually that's our password. There it is right there, okay? So if I echo password with a little die statement, you can see that we're getting these random passwords. Now I'm going to load up my encryption module, and I'm going to say data password equals, and we're going to encrypt our password. Then I'm going to update the database. So calling upon the model to update on update ID is 1 with that data. And then we're just going to say finished, done. Oh, I need to put in the table name. There you go. So now if I look at all of these, we've now got these fully encrypted passwords, and don't it make you feel good? So let's now take a closer look at the submit feature here. So here's our submit feature, and what we're doing here is we're just inserting the data, and one of those fields is called password. So we're going to say this module encryption, then we're going to say data password is this encryption. We're going to call upon encrypt, and we're going to pass in data password. Okay, so what all of that means, and I'll get rid of this fix endpoint, it has served its purpose. So what all of this means is that now I can create a new password record, and it's going to be automatically encrypted. Let me demonstrate. So we'll have a website URL of Star Trek, okay? Actually, it would be HTTP, something like that, startrek.com, right? So the website name is going to be Star Trek. The username is going to be Data, the robot, you know. And the site password, we're going to automatically generate that, right? In fact, we're not. We're going to do a custom. Sorry, these are just localhost passwords, like the name of my cat. But it's fine. I'll switch this off anyway. But it's okay. No harm done there. So for the site password, I'm going to just say, have a nice day, right? We now know that that's the site password for this site, okay? So I'm going to submit that. Now, okay. So we've now got this vibe here. Alright, you get the idea. Star Wars and Star Trek. If we look at the database, we know that it's have a nice day, the password. But as you can see, it has all been very safely encrypted. In fact, I'm going to change the structure of the database, and I'm going to make this a text field. Why not? You know, why not? So all right, so there we go, and I think that that's kind of cool, Okay, now what next? I hear you say, what next? Well, now I think we're going to have to deal with the business of clicking on these and actually fetching your password. In fact, I'm going to update the old to-do list here. So we're going to do a kind of more, geez, I thought I'd build all of this bullshit in one day. That was a bit ambitious. Anyway, we're going to do fetch the password. Maybe fetch the username, something like that. And then we're going to do update the record. And then we could even do add a picture. And then we could even do make sure unique, okay? Now that would be pretty darn good. And at that point, we have pretty much got the basic template for this site nailed in terms of how it would work, you know. So then it's the easy part, because then all we have to do is go on to API Explorer, and it would be something like member passwords. And because we're using Trongate, we've already got all of the endpoints pretty much all ready to go, you know. So it's very easy for us to fetch all of this stuff. Now that's not working, I think, because we might be, well, whatever. Anyway, it's going to be fantastic. That's all you need to know. So, how are we feeling about this? Are we doing all right so far? What do you reckon, kids? Come on, I know somebody's watching. You have to admit, this is a damn good framework. Which other framework could have you build a frigging LastPass clone with encryption and everything in one day? Thank you, Mario. Bless you and Merry Christmas to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, who else could do this, you know? I mean, well, you could do it, but which other framework has this ability? That's the question. Pardon me. And what a great question it is. All right. So, that's the things we're going to do. Now, I think I'm going to take a break. I've not ate a single thing today. I haven't ate a single thing. And how long have I been on for? Okay, nearly 4 hours. So I'm going to take a wee break. I'll stick a bit of music on, and I'm just going to get something to eat, you know. And then I'm going to come back. When I come back, I'm going to do all of this stuff here. All of this stuff here. And then I'm probably going to do the social media login. Probably. But I don't know. I don't know. I think I'd like to do that. Social media login. Now, the funny thing is, when I started this live stream, I thought to myself that I could do all of this bullshit in one sitting, you know. And I had some plans for how that would work out. Because I'm going to be using this social media login, it's occurred to me that I won't be able to do this stuff. Probably not anyway. But what I can do, 100%, is I can probably finish this today, and I can probably, I don't think I can finish it, maybe the whole site in one day, but I reckon I can have the site finished and launched by tomorrow for sure. And I think it can be a pretty solid site, you know. So maybe that's what I'm going to do. Maybe that's what I'm going to do. I think that would be quite cool. And we can actually launch the thing, you know. Why not? Why not? Alright, so stay cool, folks. I am going to grab a wee break. Let me just stick a bit of music on here. Alright, so we've got... Gee. Right, let's have a look what we're going to have. Let's have some copyright-free music. I really don't want to get another copyright strike here, so apologies for playing this boring stuff. Let me just see, what's the terms here? Just laughing at that. Wow, no one ever reads this far into the description. Alright, well, I will add that to the video description later on. Okay, so here we go.
shuttle has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
kids, we are back. So let's continue with this thing, shall we? And we'll see if we can move onwards and upwards. So far we've got this thing going on. Obviously we need a bit of work on the top right hand side. We can create new passwords, they get encrypted, and that's all fantastic. So what we have to do now is make it so that when we click these, we're going to have a little pop-up that's going to allow us to either copy a username, copy a password, or edit a record. I don't really care what LastPass does at this stage. I think that's what we're going to do, and I think it's it's kind of the obvious thing to do, right? Don't you think? Alright. So, what we're going to do then is a little bit of JavaScript magic. I'm going to copy this selector, head to your passwords, and we're going to listen for icon clicks. So listen for icon clicks is going to do the following. We're going to say const clickable icons equals document query selector all, and it's this thing here. Now the only real change that I want to make, well, we can simplify it. So we could say items grid, and then it would be any old div that you want. So for each of those clickable icons, we're going to loop through them, and we're going to add an event listener of click. Now that is going to take an event object and we'll call this one open more info. Let's just call it, right? And we'll chuck in our little event thing here. Maybe our event.target. Alright. So we're going to have a thing. Maybe it lives up here. We'll call it open more info, and it passes in a clicked element. And for the moment, I'll just alert more info, like that. I'm going to refresh, so I'm clicking, closing, I'm going to click the icon, and you see that it says more info. Now of course, another thing that we can do is we can take this selector thing here, head over to our custom vibe. Now do we have okay, so it doesn't really get mentioned here, but we know that it's inside the items grid, so I'm going to go like that, and I'm going to just say cursor pointer. So that means that when I now hover over one of these icons and click, there's what we get, and that's going to give us a pop-up in just a few minutes, right? We're going to do the same with the website names here. So let's just inspect here. Let's copy that selector. We're going to do exactly the same vibe again. So const, I'll just call it item names. Item names is document query selector all. There it is right there. Once again, we can do a little bit of simplification. So there it is, around about there, and we're going to do exactly the same vibe. So for item names, in fact I think I'll call it clickable item names. Clickable item names. Alright, so now when we click on the site name, the same thing happens. We get this pop-up here. Now let's go a wee bit further. Let's take those site item names it's actually this one here, and we're going to just add in a little hover effect, and if we hover it's going to go a wee tiny bit darker. So I'm clicking and hovering over the site name. You can hardly see it, but it is doing it. And there you go. If we wanted, we could also add in a text decoration of underline. Now that would be only when we hover. Well, maybe not. Let's not even... Ever get the feeling you wish you hadn't done something? I don't really like those underlines anyway there. Alright, that's our vibe, right? So these are all now clickable. So, what we're going to do now is a little bit of JavaScript magic, and it's going to open up another one of these fabulous modal things, right? Now I'll just copy the code that we've already got because it's not too bad. And this one is gonna open modal, and I'll just call it more info. What did I call the last one? Create password. Okay, I'll call it more item info. There you go, right? More item info. Now let's go in here. We're gonna say more item info. I'll refresh as we click. You can see our pop-up here, okay? So what we're gonna do is that says at the top, create password record. What we're going to do is we're going to say just password record. Okay, now we're going to have probably... can get rid of the form, and we're just going to have a paragraph with with a bunch of buttons here. So we can have visit website, we can have view username, maybe we can have view password. So when we click this, we've got these three things here. I think we can probably have some icons in this thing. So for visit website, let me just do a quick search for font. Awesome. I know that there's nothing there, but me try an experiment. I'm just really curious. What is a good font awesome icon for visit website? Ah, look at that. Isn't that incredible? It's just absolutely incredible, this technology. So let's chuck that in. There's our FA external link. I'm really impressed with that chat thing. So there's visit website. Then we've got username. So let's do that one, right? Now I'll say okay, let's say, what is a good font awesome icon for now hang on a second, let me think about this. Yeah, I'll just stick with this for view username. FA user, just brilliant. FAI, it's just amazing, isn't it? It's just absolutely amazing. I think this is my new development partner. I'm going to be using that all the time. So view username. Perhaps I could have that with view password. Maybe not. Let's just say lock. So we've got visit website, view username, and view password. Okay. Now I'm going to make these ones have a class of alt, and only the last one's red, because the last one's kind of heavy, you know, but these other ones are okay. Okay, so let's now do this, right? So we're going to say on click, and it's going to be go to URL. Here we're going to have view username, and here we're going to have view password. So we do that, and I think that we're good here. We do have a syntax error. Okay. So if we hit something like view username, that's pretty cool, right? So we're going to have a little thing here called view username. I think I'll encrypt the usernames. So let's let's do that, right? So what we're going to do then is I'm going to copy this selector here, right? So this is const 3 or modal buttons is document query selector, then we paste that in. Then we're going to get the actual modal body itself. So I'm going to copy that selector. I'm going to say right up here maybe const modal body is document query selector. There it is right there. So now what I'm going to do is generate a new paragraph. So I'm going to say const new para is, I'll call it info para actually. Info para is document dot create element. Now this element is going to be a paragraph. I'm going to say info para set attribute. I'll give it a class of temp info. It's temporary, you know. And then I'm also going to say text center to center it. Okay. Then I'm going to say info para dot inner HTML equals some username. So I've now made that, right? So now I'm going to say, let me just get my code right. What is the JavaScript code for insert before an element? I love this thing. Just look at this. Stack Overflow is dead. Stack Overflow is dead. It's just incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. So there's our code. Now our parent element is the modal body. And we are going to insert before, now we're going to insert before our reference element. And the reference element is the modal buttons. And we are going to add in our info paragraph. So check this out. If we click and then hit view username, pretty cool, right? Now let's go a wee bit further. Maybe do that. Why not? So again, if we do that, click view username. There's our site username right there. Okay, now when that happens, I think I'm going to do a couple of things here. I'm going to say modal buttons dot style dot display as none. So if we do this, click view username, we get that. And so we're going to make other buttons here, you know. So we're going to go like this, and we're going to have a little thing for go back, and this is going to have FA arrow left, and then we're going to have right around here. We're going to have copy username. Okay, so when we do that, we've got go back. Now let's just get this really sorted out here. So we'll have go back, but we'll also have close window. Okay, and let's just take a trip to our new favourite friend here, which is this thing. So I'm going to ask this thing, what is a good font awesome icon for a cancel button? Okay, so it's the FA Times icon. There it is right there. So we're going to say FA Times. It gives you a little cross actually. Now when we click that, it's going to say close modal. And I'm going to refresh here. So when we do that and we hit close window, it just does that. Okay, now this is going to have a class equal to action buttons, and it's going to have a style with a display type of none. So when we open this up, we don't even see those things. It's only when we click on that username thing. We're going to say const action buttons is document query selector. Now I'll be kind of cool about this. So there it is right there, and I'm going to say action buttons dot style dot display is block. So now when we do this and we click this and we say view username, boom, we get that. I don't know about the close window, it doesn't look right. So like a blind man at an orgy, I'm just feeling my way around, you know? Alright, so view username, that looks a wee bit better. Okay, so let's now do go back, right? So we'll have a thing called go back vibe, right? And so go back vibe is going to do the following. I'm slightly concerned about something here, hang on. So if we take these, okay, I'm going to say classes standard Modo buttons. Alright, so this is going to be it actually has implications for this here. So if we inspect, I'm going to now copy this selector here, and our query selector is now that, which makes a whole lot more sense. Oh, pardon me, it's that. There it is right there. So when we hit the go back thing, we get our Modo buttons, and we say Modo buttons dot style dot display is blocked. Then we get our action buttons, and we say action buttons dot style dot display is none. So this should now start to become quite meaningful. If I click view username, we get that. If I hit go back, okay, now that was a wee bit unfortunate, so let me just click this again. Now view username, boom. We know that that's building a paragraph, you know, and the paragraph, by the way, has got a class of temp info. So when we hit go back or go back vibe, I'm going to just say const temp info elements is document get elements by elements by class name. Now the name of the thing is temp info. I'm going to loop through each of the temp info elements using an improved native for loop, and I'm going to remove all of those temp info elements. Let me demonstrate this. So I'm going to click view username, go back, boom, view username, go back, all day long. Isn't that excellent? Okay, now we're also going to have a facility here where if we view the username like that, you can see that we've got copy username here. Do you see that? So view username, and then we've got copy username. So for copy username, you know what, we'll bring that on in just a minute. Let me just do view website though first, if that's okay. Or visit website. So visit website is opening a thing called function go to URL. This is going to accept a target URL, and we're going to just say window dot location dot href is target URL. So right here I'm going to you know what, for the moment I'll just hard code something in. So I'll just say target URL is null, and then we'll deal with all of that later. But for now, I'm just getting the basic functionality going, you know, so that'll be fine. So here we go, we're going to click, going to hit visit website, and as you can see, it takes us across. We do it again, visit website, takes us across. We'll do it again, we'll view username, and we can of course copy the username, or we can view the password. Now I should probably get the logo and the site name in here, but we'll do that in just a minute, right? First let's deal with this view password thing. So we're going to have a thing called view password. It's going to be remarkably similar to view username. So we're going to say view password like this, and we're making an info paragraph here, and I'm going to just say password, site password is, and then I'll just say password, something like that, you know. So here we go, we're going to refresh, we're going to do that, we're going to hit view password, there it is. And I think that that's looking pretty darn good, you know. Now, what we want to do with this is, when we click view username, that says copy username and that's fine, but when we click view password, I'm going to reuse this. So let's go to where that copy button lives, which is up here, and we're going to give it an ID of copy BTN. I'm all over the place with my underscores and my thingies, I regret that, but nevertheless, when we hit view username and view password, we're gonna modify the copy button. Again, we're gonna modify the copy button. Now, I'm going to put in here the thing that we're modifying. So in this case it's username, and in this case it's password. So we're going to say modify copy button, and we'll just say type or something like that, you know, or item type maybe. Now, if we, I suppose there's no reason why this can't be uppercase here. Okay, so we're going to say const button inner HTML. Now that is going to be this here. Something like this. So our inner HTML is going to go like this, and we're going to take this little bit here and we're going to chuck in item type like that. Now that's our button inner HTML, of course, and we are referring to this copy button here. So I'm just going to say copy button inner HTML is that. So now when I click on one of these and I hit view username, you'll see it says copy username, but when I go here, now it says copy password. Okay, there you go. Pardon me. Now, pardon me. The next thing that I want to do is add in this picture here, and also add a close button in, because we don't have that yet, you know. So let's see if we can do something with that, right? Now I'm going to just inspect, and I'll copy this outer HTML here. I'm going to go to where this little model body thing lives, and I'm going to paste it in. Alright, now this may look hideous, but let's just see how we're doing. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. So let's inspect. Now this is, I think we would have to have it inside a thing called card or something like that. I don't even know. Okay, so I'll make a container called dummy card or something like that, right? And we'll chuck our card body inside this. So that's going to give us that type of vibe. Now, if we then have a look at how these cards are defined. Well, I may need to look that one up. Alright, actually not too much happening here. So let's just say in custom CSS, we'll chuck in a wee thing for dummy card. I need to start getting consistent with my hyphens and whatnot. Anyway, here's our dummy card. So I'll just say for the moment that border is 1 pix green solid. I just want to look at this thing. Okay, so let's figure out what this is going to do. We could say width is something like 96%. We could say margin 0 auto, right? Then we could copy this little beauty here, and I saw that the width was 238, so we could say max width is 238 pixels. So now as we click and then do that, you can see that this is now going in here, which is not too bad, not too bad at all. Funny thing is, I think we can take these out. So now we get this, which I think really looks good. So we've got visit website, view username, view password, and yeah, what I think I'm going to do with this is probably up the top right hand side. I'm going to have a little paragraph with a class of text, right? Little cross here. So we go like that. Do you see the wee cross there? Now this paragraph, I'm just going to hard code that we've got a margin of 0. Okay, that's perfect. So up here we're going to have a little icon with a class of FA pencil. And then I'm just going to say edit. Maybe even in lowercase. I'm not happy with that icon. So let's take a trip to our new best friend. What is a good font awesome icon for edit record? Damn. What is a good font awesome icon for edit record? FA edit, it's a pencil. FA edit, you can add the following code. There's another one though. Well, I mean, oh yeah, that's quite good actually. Okay, that is pretty good. I'm going to do a wee class of smaller. Nah, let's call it SM. And we'll say if we happen to have an SM thing, then the font size, maybe do something like that. That's not right. It's this thing here. Okay, so that's going to be top 3 pixels, position relative. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Alright. So now we'll make this a link. So we'll say edit URL is. Now again, I'll just hard code this for the moment. That's pretty cool. Now, let's do something about this, right? So I'm going to say that links by default have got text decoration of none. Maybe not actually. Maybe maybe we'll just say color is blue. Nope. That's stupid. Give me a minute. Okay, let's try something else. Okay. Now, alright, that's pretty cool. We'll make it steel blue though, it's a better colour. There you go. Now this thing here, which is our dummy card, is going to have a margin, top 0, left auto, then we're going to have 33 pixels in 0. Pardon me, 33 pixels in auto. Ah, now that's kind of cool. Maybe 21 pixels. That's good. That's really good. So now we can hit that. We view the password. There it is. Now we'll take this thing here, which is yeah. So let's take this thing here and we'll give it an ID of temp site logo. Okay, now back to the JavaScript here. Do you see how it says when we do view username, we do this and we modify the copy button? Let's also say const, no, we'll say const temp site logo is document get element by ID temp site logo. Then we're going to say temp site logo dot style dot display is none. So now what's going to happen is when we click on one of these and we view a username, it does something like that. I suppose with that being the case, we might go to this temp info thing here. I don't think I've defined anything for temp info, so I'll do it right now. So I'm going to say that temp hyphen info is going to have a downstairs margin of 33 pixels just to try and keep it from going totally crazy. Is that working? Don't think it is. I think we need to add one of these important tag things. That's pretty good. Nearly got it actually. I'll try 45. There you go. That's it. Now when we hit go back, when we hit go back, we're going to say that display is blocked. So as we do that, hit that, go back, there it is, there it is, there it is, there it is, etc. Now, I think we could improve that margin, but let's not worry about it too much. What we've got is kind of acceptable, you know. Okay, that's the vibe. So it's not perfect, but I think it is acceptable. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add close buttons onto this modal thing of ours. And here's how we do that. We're going to go where this modal heading is. So there it is right there. And I'm going to make a class here called two-way split. We're going to have two divs. Now, in the first div, we're going to have this. And in the second div, we're going to have a little close icon here. Now for two-way split, we're going to say display is flex. We're going to say flex direction is row. Align items is center. Justify content is space between. So when we click, you can see that we've now got a cross on the top right hand side there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that on two-way split, FA, actually FA times. If we hover over it, we're going to have a pointer, right? So you see how I'm hovering, it's a pointer, right? And then let's make it so that when we click on this, it's going to close modal. And it's as simple as that. So now when this pops up, we can just close like that. Or we can edit. Or we can do whatever we like. Not too bad, right? Not too bad. Now let's add one of those close things onto the other modal that we have on this page. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's excellent. Good job. And you can see it's happening there as well. So we view the password, we're going to copy it, go back, view the username, go back, close, and again. Now, did you notice how when we close the record it closes the model, but we want to return it to its previous state? So we could actually do a wee bit of refinement by saying close item info modal. So close item info modal is going to basically do the go back vibe here. Then it's going to close the modal. So what that means is if we click something, then view a username, then close, then click again, we're back to our happy state, you know. We can also hit escape and the modal will close. That's all built into the Tron Gate framework. Okay, so not too bad, it's not too bad. How are we doing? Alright, well I have a few people here. Okay, so the next thing, let's just take a wee moment and we'll update the old to-do list here, right? So, alright, I've got to-do lists on top of to-do lists. So what we're going to do now is make the clicks show the correct records. Another thing is so when I click that, I want it to show the appropriate records. Now beyond that, what else can we do? Get the three kind of action buttons really working. So we'll do that. So that's all going to work, you know. Then get the copy buttons working. So when you hit that, it will say username copied or something like that, you know. You know, I might be wrong about this, but I'm kind of thinking that the view password thing should probably also have a class of alt, because there's nothing. No, mind you, you're actually viewing a password. Now take it back. We'll keep it like that for now. Alright, I'm curious to know, by the way, what would this site look like with green? Oh, that's beautiful. That's really beautiful. I think that's better. Green is the colour, man. Green is the colour. That's beautiful. I'm going to do that. But I'll stick with the red for now, because we're trying to just do something that's close to this thing, you know. Or will we? Maybe we won't, actually. Maybe we won't. You know. You know what? I'm feeling a bit crazy. I think I'll change the colour. Okay. So suppose we went to this colour here. It's not quite what I want, not quite. Or suppose we went that's definitely not right. Okay, I think what I did previously was best. So if I just copy this and then there's a certain shade of green that I want. It's too dark. Nah, it's no right. I think that's quite close to it. Yeah, I like that. So if we copy this, now I'm gonna take this top gutter thing of ours, that's on bootstrappy.css. So we'll just say that the thing has got a background colour of that. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I do like that. Obviously the top right hand side needs to get changed, but it's pretty cool, you know. Alright. It's really, really good actually. So let's now do the same with these modal headings here. So if we go like that, in fact, alright, so let's take this. So that's our primary colour. Now to get a darker version, we just go down a wee bit. And to go even darker, go down a wee bit more. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to take this and make this the secondary colour. and then I'll have secondary dark, and secondary darker. Alright, so if we now refresh this, well, isn't this starting to look quite good? I think it is. Alright, now let me look at the modal heading. I'm going to take this off. Alright, so we're going to say that the background colour is how the hell is it you do this again? It's been a while. Okay. Now I'll come on to that stuff later on, but in the meantime, let's think about this top gutter thing here. Now I'm going to just say that the background colour is var primary dark. That's perfect. You can kind of feel when you've got it right, you know. Okay, so that means that our modal parts here so they're going to be something like that. Here they're giving it this crazy old border, you know. Okay. Alright, that's cool. Now here we've got a wee bit of stuff for the alt, and it's running into problems with this primary business here, which is unfortunate to say the least, you know. So I've lost my primary colour. So let me take a rough guess. I reckon it was about here. So I'm going to go upstairs here, and I'm going to say that the primary is that. Let's refresh. Oh, you miserable thing. Ah, there you go. Alright, whatever. Something like that, you know? Okay. Now these links here, they are going to be primary, probably primary dark. Yep. So it's a variable, primary, dark. That's cool. And when we hover over them, they're going to go to primary, darker, alright, that's close enough. It's pretty good, isn't it? I'm quite pleased with that. Now I'll do the same with this button here. So that add button has got a background colour kind of hard coded into it, you know? And that gets defined on custom CSS. So let's just do something about that. We'll say that the var is primary, bottom right, see it? And when we hover, we're going to go to primary, let's say primary dark, like that. Okay, so we've now got that, go back, we've got that, go back, we've got edit, we've got close, create record works, we've got all of our form validation, and I think that this is really starting to get quite good, you know? So what can we say then? Alright, I'll just do a little commit here. You can see that quite a lot of changes have happened, so we're going to get add all and then get commit change theme colors to green, something like that, you know. Okay, aren't we doing well? Well, I think this is not too bad, you know. just having a wee think here. And the more I think about this, the more I think that we shouldn't actually have view password here, because yeah, here's what we're going to do. Let's look at the view password thing again. Now, this is going to have a class of danger. Alright. Now, I don't know about that colour scheme. So, let me just say that danger has got a background colour of that. Okay. So the border is 1 pix, that solid. And I suppose instead of saying that, we could say var secondary. Has the same effect, you know. And when we hover, it's going to go to now. Why is that not? Alright, cool. I'll make the border 1 pix secondary dark. That's it. When we hover, it's just going to go much darker. So view username does that. We can then copy the username. We go back. What I think I'm going to do is we're going to have to change this. So instead of view password, we're going to have copy password with an ordinary button. Yeah, that's it. Let's have FA copy, and we'll just have like that, copy password, then copy username. Is that what we want? Yeah, let's do that. Let's just change this. Now that I'm looking at it, we should just change it. This should be a copy thing. As awkward as it may seem, this should actually say copy username. because I'm thinking about how people using this for real, they're going to do that, and they're going to just say, let's copy username, copy the password. That is their vibe, you know. And instead of visit website, we'll just say view record. So something like that. View record. That's a whole lot better. Okay. Good. So, do you see how that says view, on clicks view username? That's now going to go here. So when we hit view record, we're going to get that. Then we're going to get okay, just for clarity, edit this record, or maybe just edit record. So I'm clicking, we've got copy username, copy password. Now that's fine. Then we've got view record, or view record's fine. So that should actually yep. So see how that says view username? That should really say view record. So we go like that. We say let's view the record. Now that's the wrong icon. So we'll take a trip here. We'll say what is a good font awesome icon for view record. FAI. Okay, so we've now got view record, copy username, copy password. If we hit view record, it takes us here. But in here, I think we should do a table that displays the different bits and pieces, you know. So let's just do that, right? So we're going to go okay, so I've just realised something. I'm going to say let's have record details. Alright, now record details is going to contain a table. And the table is going to contain a table heading with 2 columns. So we're going to have let's have a look here. So maybe the way to play this is to get rid of that, and then here, when this thing comes up like this, you would say something like website URL, website name, then username, then password. Yep. So username, I'll call it site password. Okay. Alright, now, for reasons unknown, it looks kind of crap, doesn't it? It's TD, border, 1 pix red solid. Well, ain't that rubbish? So clearly, these have to be table rows. I messed that up. Okay, that's kind of cool. Okay. Now, I'll probably need all the space I can get with this thing, so I'll use this and I'll reduce this to URL, site name, okay, so the URL is, now again I'll just chuck in a sample URL. site name, the username, and the password is going to be like that. Okay, so that's quite good. Right, let's make it so that the borders are primary, darker, flipping heck, man. Oh. There we go. That's quite good. That is pretty darn good. Okay. Now this is our record details. I'm going to add a style of display none, and I'm going to call it record details table. So when we click, we get that. Now when it says view record, we're going to click that. I'm going to make this have an ID. So when we hit view record, we're going to say const record details table is document get element by ID of that. And I'm going to say record details table style is display of block. So when we click here, then we hit view record, boom, we get that. That's really good. I think that's really good. So I'm going to take out this stupid info para. Okay, good. So when we hit go back, we're going to go like that. We're going to say record details tables dot style dot display is none. Okay, so here it is, viewing the record. Now I'm going to go back. Viewing it again. Go back, let's view it again. Go back, view it again. Alright. So, I think this is a good time to do review password. So This is calling a thing called modify copy button, which is taking this thing here. But I don't think we should be calling that actually. Let's take this out. Save. Let's refresh. Alright. So I'm going to look for the bit that says go back. Here it's here. Now right here I'm going to say reveal password. And this is going to have a class of danger, because this is the dangerous thing, you know. So when we do that, viewing the record, you can see that we've got reveal password here. So when we view record, we're going to have review password. Now review password is going to have FA warning. So when we do that, view the record, review the password, there it is right there. So when we click this thing, okay, I'm going to give this an ID of password cell. And when we click reveal password, it's actually, you can see it's running view password. That's kind of wrong. I want it to say reveal password. So here's what reveal password's going to do. It's going to say password cell dot class list dot add review. Now let's just refresh and do that and do that and do that. Now nothing's happening here. However, if we look, you can see that it has added a class of reveal. So when we click on it, we're just going to say background color is yellow. So we do that, we do that, we do that. Okay. Now, yellow's probably not the right color. Maybe we could take this color. So the background color is something like that, right? So when we go like that, and then we do that, and then we hit reveal, boom, right? And then let's go to our magical thing. What is the CSS code for making a background colour change gradually, a background colour transition gradually from red to transparent. To create a background colour transition that transitionally changes from red to transparent, you can use the transition property. Look at this. Okay, so let's copy that and we'll say transition to clear or something like that, you know. And what this is going to do is it's going to say background colour white, something like that. Now, if we then go here and so all right, okay. So if we do that, I've got you. So let me do set timeout, and I'm going to wait like half a second. There you go. See the transition? Let's do that again. So we hit that, we view the record, I'm going to hit reveal password, boom. And then so we get that, we get that, we get that. Pretty cool, right? Now, after 2 seconds, there's something else we're going to do. We're going to take this button here. So we're going to say const orig button inner. Now that is going to equal the so that's our review password button. So if we take that inner HTML, then I'm going to say new button inner equals that replace. Now I'm going to replace the word reveal with the word hide. So as we go like this, view the record, click, well, of course I have to say reveal password button inner HTML is that. Here we go. And then it says hide password, right? Now we'll bring the transition time down a bit. That seems a bit much, I think. Maybe even like 0.6. That's better. 0.3 is good. So 0.3 it is, and this stuff here is going to kick off after 1 second, let's say something like that, maybe half a second even. So boom, there it goes. And of course we're going to take our password cell and we're going to say that the inner HTML equals your password. Okay, so if we do that, view the record, reveal the password, and then you can see that it says your thing. Now if we hit this, I should probably say reveal password, remove attribute, and we're going to remove the on-click attribute. Then we're going to say reveal password button, set attribute, on click, and it's going to be hide password. Now hide password is going to live in here. And what we're going to do is kind of like take the opposite of this code. So this is going to say show password. And this is going to say hide, and we're going to change that to reveal. And then we're going to say that the inner HTML for this cell is going to be something like this, you know. So when we do that and we view the record, in fact I'll copy that so it's the exact same amount of stars. Okay. So as we view the record, reveal the password, Now we can hide the password. You can see that it just goes straight back. Okay, and of course so if we look at this reveal password button, we've got an on click is reveal password. I'm going to click it. Now I've got on click is hide password. So when I click that, now there it's saying show password, which is just stupid. It should say reveal password. So here we go. We're going to reveal it, hide it, reveal it all day long. Pretty cool, right? Now, of course, when this thing opens up and we hit this button, it says close item info model. So let's just make sure that the password is hidden. Then we're going to click go back vibe, which pretty much guarantees that we'll always be in a decent state. So I'm viewing the record, we can hide and reveal and all of that stuff. Now I'm going to go back. I think when we hit go back, okay, here we go. So we do that, we are revealing, we're going to go back, there you go, all day long, and that is pretty solid. Not too bad, not too bad. Now I'm wondering if I should take this temp site logo, and when we hit view record, let's just say temp site logo dot style dot display is none. So when we do that and then we view record, we've now got that, and then when we go back it reappears, and there's your vibe. I seem to have somehow lost the transition with this background colour here. So I'm going to see if I can do something about that. Alright, I know why that is. It's because of that. So we have to give, oh jeez. it's this thing here. Aye, that's it there. So again, I'll go back to this 0.3 second mark, which I think looks quite good. There you go. And then it does that. So we just have to do a wee adjustment with this. Okay, that's cool. You know what might even be even better? Yeah. Supposing we made it like a black background and we went like this. Okay, never quite worked. Alright, just a wee bit of refinement and this thing is going to be perfect. So so that would go here. Alright, here we go. So I'm going to just hit reveal password. That's kind of good. Okay, now I just thought of something else. I wonder if we could let me try something. Yeah, it's not too bad. So on click goes to reveal password. Hide becomes reveal. I think that's it. Alright. There you go. Okay, there it is. It's really cool. Now we can continue with this vibe. So for example, we can make it so that this thing is a link. And maybe this link is going to take us here. We'll add in a little target equals blank. So if we do this and then view the record, we've now got this here as a link which we can click, and the whole vibe is we're just adding features, you know, just adding features. Holy moly, what do I need to do to get more stars? Okay, so now we've got copy username and copy password. If we view these records here, I like to have a wee button for copying it, you know. But I'm kind of sick looking at this. I'm slightly sick looking at this thing. Gee, it looks like other people are sick looking at it as well. Alright, so make the clicks show the correct records, get the action buttons working, get the copy buttons working. So that is exactly what I'm going to be doing next. Now, after I've done that, let's assume that this all works. The next thing is going to be get edit records working. Then it's going to be get delete records working. So that's going to be that, right? We know that we add records from here. That's how it works. Now, at that point, assuming that this all works, the next stage would be probably do the same for notes, addresses, payment cards and bank accounts. Probably. But then again, it would be nice to have an image uploader, wouldn't it? So maybe I should do that part last, because that part's going to be quite easy. So if we think about that, now we could do an image uploader. Okay, so that's going to give them the ability to upload an image. But we're also going to add an image intercept uploader. So if we recognize that it's Amazon, we're giving them an Amazon logo, you know? We're not going to even have the choice. In fact, that might just be the best way to play this. I think it probably is. I think it probably is. There's no reason for them to upload any pictures, actually. None at all. Okay, so we're going to build an auto add image feature, which is going to be quite a big thing. Now at that point, this is all cool. So then we're going to do notes, addresses, payment cards and bank accounts. Notes, addresses, payment cards and bank accounts. So we do that. So now we've got the ability to manage all of our passwords. But I think before we even do that, we should think pretty seriously about encrypting everything. So that means we've now got a thing that allows us to encrypt everything. It's going to be beautiful. With that working, auto add images and all of that stuff working, then we can do this top right hand side here, and let me just see how they're doing theirs. Yeah, probably the top right hand side, and we're going to do an upgrade top right hand side. So it's going to be that, and it's going to be manage account. That's what we're going to do. Hello wee Blackie, give me 2 minutes will you? Right, so I tell you what, I think this is going pretty darn good. I may not get the desktop app, Chrome extensions and all of that stuff built today, but I do certainly think that this is starting to take shape here, and I think that this has the potential to be super, super cool, you know. I like it. I like it a whole lot. Yep. Hello, my wee friend. Alright. So, I think I'm gonna possibly declare victory and leave it at that. Because the way I see it is this. All of this stuff is kind of like donkey work, meaning it's easy. So all of that stuff is quite easy, right? I could do that, let's say 2 hours. Maybe 3 hours. 4. Say 5. Right, let's just say that let's say that it takes 3 days, right? So that's 3 days to get that all perfect. That means that in 3 days' time, I've got a frigging LastPass clone as far as the website goes, which is not a bad thing, you know. And then after that, we're going to have our Reddit account and all of that stuff done. So if we call today stage 1, right? Stage 1 was today. Stage 2 would be that stuff. I reckon it's going to take 3 days. I estimate that will take 3 days, right? That's going to lead us on to stage 3. Stage 3 would be, right, so everything's all working, everything's all looking beautiful. It's basically working on the web. So stage 3 would be the social login feature. The social login feature, that would be stage 3. Okay, stage 4 would be probably a desktop app. Stage 5 would be an Android app. Stage 6 is going to be a Chrome extension. Stage 7 is going to be an iPhone app. There you have it. And then you just make the whole thing open source, and you make it free of charge, free forever, and thank you, planet Earth. You're more than welcome. Stefan is here, very nice. I wish you, your friends and family a very Merry Christmas. Well, thank you very much indeed, Stefan. I appreciate that. We appreciate you. It has been fantastic. I think that this has been really, really great. I've enjoyed this. Even though I never got as much done as I would have liked to get done, I do think that we've made good progress here. And of course, we're going to get this thing designed, looking kind of nice. Okay, so maybe that's in there somewhere. I don't know. But we are going to launch this. It's going to be a real app, and it's also going to be completely open source, which I think is the coolest thing of all, you know. And why not? You know, why not make it open source? As long as you do a kind of reasonable what's the word? A kind of reasonable terms of use or something like that. So you can't have somebody come on and add in 1 million passwords, you know, break the whole database. Most people have probably only got about 20 or 30 passwords. So this is not too bad at all. I also bought 2fapass.com. I cannot believe that name was free, but it was free, and this is going to have a two-factor authentication part to it, which is going to be fantastic. Now, for the regulars here, for the insiders, I have a question. The question is, given the fact that hosting costs money, how do you do a site like this and make money from it if you're going to offer the service for free? That's my question to the group. So the question to the group is, sort of closing question of the day. Question: how do you do a site service like this for free and make money from it? What do you reckon? Any idea? Well, let me put it to you this way. You see, if I do this site here, I mean, I start projects and never finish them sometimes, right? But if I start this thing and finish it, okay, if that happens, I can launch this and make it entirely free of charge, entirely open source. I can be the coolest guy in the universe. I can make it free forever, and I can still make fortunes. The question is how? I know the answer. Do you know the answer? Well, maybe everybody's hit the road. It's probably not a bad thing, because I can tell you the answer. Perhaps, maybe we'll tell you the answer next time, or during the members live stream. Oh, Gear is here. How are you doing, Gear? Okay, so Gear, it's very good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while, and Merry Christmas to you. So the question was, how do you do a service like this for free and make money from it? And how do you do it in a manner that is super cool and open source and everything, given the fact that hosting costs money and all of that stuff? Okay, shall I give you the answer now, or shall I wait and tell you in the private stream? No idea, no. All right. I'll tell you the answer right now. the way that you do this and make fortunes whilst doing it as a free service is you say as part of your terms and conditions, if you join this service, I reserve the right to send you an email, let's say once every 6 months. I'm not going to pass your details on to anybody. I'm not going to do any affiliate marketing or anything dodgy. You're not going to be getting some generic spam bullshit. But I am willing to provide this service absolutely free of charge. And the only condition is I want the right to email you once every 6 months in a way that is super cool. You can cancel at any time you want, but I would like the right to send you an email. Is that okay? Now, if people say that's not okay, well, they can hit the road, because there is no such thing as a free lunch. I'm not giving them miserable pop-ups. I'm not giving them AdSense. I'm not doing any of the other dodgy things that people might do. I am being super cool from start to finish, and I'm just saying, can I send you an email once every 6 months? That's my condition, okay? And I'm going to be really clear about that. There's going to be a big giant page at the sign up that says this is free. This will always be free. The only condition is you get one email every 6 months. You don't even need to read it. Now, am I cool? Am I still cool? That's the question. The answer is of course. What kind of a moron would say, no, you're not emailing me once every 6 months? Even if you were the biggest skeptic in the universe, you could say, well, okay, but I'll just chuck it in the bin. I'm not even going to read it. And I would say, no problem at all. So I'm getting the right to email people once every 6 months. Let me tell you the power of mailing lists. When I launched Speed Coding Academy back in the day, and some of you know this, that original video only got 500 views. From that 500 views, I made well over $20,000. That's pretty cool. And whoa, we are having a Christmas today. Thank you so much, with an incredible Icelandic, is it Icelandic Coronas? That's the one. It's ISK, I think it's Icelandic, with an incredible 15,000, and I'm not even going to look it up. Each one of them translates to $1 million, you know. Thank you so much indeed for the incredible... Holy sugar, it's 86. Holy moly. Gear, thank you so much. You are officially a producer of today's show. An astonishing... I actually didn't realise it was that much. Thank you so much to Gear. The secret millionaire is back. Thank you so much. Holy moly. That's just great, man. Listen, we should catch up on Skype or something. You've been so helpful. I feel like I should talk to you on the phone or something one of these days, and it's crazy that we haven't done that, you know? So do feel free to add me if you want. It's david.webguy, you know? Anyway, as I was saying there, as I was babbling away, there's nothing uncool about sending an email once every 6 months. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen, right? And so if I can get into a position where I can send an email once every 6 months, and I can say in that email, hey, are you interested in, I don't know, timeshare holidays? I don't know. That has power, you know? It really, really has power. And the other thing that I think is good about this is that there's actually multiple angles that you can generate revenue from a project like this. Another avenue is it kind of forces me to learn things that I don't quite know yet, you know, and I can definitely monetize that. And I'm just going on and on and on, but I've also got an idea that I've had for ages and ages, which is an app for web developers. And you've kind of seen it before, but the idea I've got is that when you're learning a new technology, you get basically a browser extension that lets you take notes and stuff like that. I've never seen that, you know. I'm sure there's been a few attempts, but I think I could make that quite good, you know. And if you build something like that off the back of something like this, well, you've got momentum and you've maybe got a few people who like the thing, you know. So that's the vibe, and thank you once again. That's fantastic, Ola. Geez, I'm the luckiest guy in the whole world. And you know something else, folks? We had a couple of stars today. That's right. We had a couple of stars. We're now at 703. 703 GitHub stars, which again, I'm just really, really super happy about that stuff, you know. Also, for anyone who's been wondering, I live stream every day. I just don't always live stream in public these days, you know. But I've been doing a bit of work on the private members area that I'm kind of excited about. Maybe I won't show you it right now, but I've been doing a wee bit of work on a comparison site, which I think is quite good. I've got several modules for the module market that are ready to upload. We had a change to the framework today. There's things going on everywhere. Now, what's this about issues here? Let's see if we can solve one of these. Okay, well, we've certainly solved this one. I have added a social auth feature to the site. Hopefully that'll help. Alright, there we go. Thank you very much indeed. Any other issues we can fix? I'm in the mood for fixing issues. Hi, this one. Now hang on a minute. I appreciate there's been a couple of issues. However, I've just experienced this and the resolution for me. Hi. Thanks so much for this. I'd be super grateful if you could post your comment in the help bar. It'll definitely be helpful for somebody out there. Cheers. There you go. Any other issues? Any other issues? Let's see what we got. Oh, okay. I'll be coming right onto this soon. And there will be some learning zone training coming up. I apologize if I have not yet responded to your pull requests. Rest assured, it's all coming up. Ahoy! Okay. Okay. not going to close it. I'm just going to comment on that one. Alright, so it's all happening today, and thanks again for that. I think I'm going to wrap this up for now. I think we've had a pretty good run for our money. I failed to build my one password thing anywhere near the type of time frame that I'd like to build it in. What can you do? You know, what can you do? That's the question. Anyway, not to worry. So I think I'm going to wrap this up for now. I have dropped in and listened to your stream a few minutes some days, but not able to chat, usually driving. Alright, okay. Well, you know, Gear, these are busy times, and in many ways, kind of insane times, you know? Kind of insane. I've made a decision that I'm going to be going into the marketplace probably January the 5th. And the funny thing is, I feel as if I'm unemployable, you know? I mean, who the heck would want to hire a guy like me, you know? So I think that next year's going to be like amazing. I think it's going to be a hilarious and exciting adventure, and I'm really looking forward to it, you know? I don't know what's going to come up, but whatever comes up, we'll go through it together. We'll have a few laughs, and I really, really think that it's going to be a fun time, because in case you haven't noticed, I'm now at the stage where I'm building real stuff with this framework. I never, as you know, I never started this framework with a view to, I'm going to make it open source. No, I built it for my favourite person, me. It was only for me. And the whole thing about adding it to GitHub and all that only happened later on, you know. But now, I think the framework's in pretty good shape, and it puts us in a position where we're able to do stuff like this and, you know, put together some fairly cool stuff quite quickly, you know. So that's pretty much it. Now, I'm wondering if I should open source this right now. I think I will. I think I'm going to upload this to the web. I think I'm going to upload this to the web. So let's do this, and let's do this as always in the name of rock and roll. So how do we do this? Here we go. I think we go something like this. I actually don't really know what I'm doing here. So you're going to see me getting into all kinds of trouble. This is embarrassing. But let's just try it. New. Now I'm going to call the repository name 2FA pass, or maybe 2FA pass, like that. Here's the source code for 2. Do you know I bought that domain name today? I could not believe that that is available. you go. The open source LastPass alternative for super smart people. Now this is going to be public. Let's just leave that. The license will be the MIT license, which is the cool one. And here we go. Alright, so there it is. So it's called 2FA Pass. Now, let's see if we can. I really don't entirely know how to do this. I mean, I'm just going to level with you here. I'm astonishingly clueless when it comes to this. But I think that if I chuck this in here, and if I say something like git clone, and then chuck all of that in, now you can see that this has given me a folder called 2FA Pass, right? I'm 100% sure that there's better ways of doing this, but I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to head into here, paste. Okay. So we're going to open up our 2FA Pass thing. Here it is here. And there you go. Come on. Why is it not doing it? There it is. So where it says DC Pass, we're just going to say 2FA Pass. So DC Pass becomes 2FA Pass. The database is going to be 2FA Pass. And something like that, you know. So let's just get it working locally. 2FA Pass. Now it's saying unknown database, so we'll take this database here and we're going to rename it to 2FA Pass. Obviously I'm meaning two-factor authentication. I take it you know that, don't we? And there it is. Okay, so if we now go to something like members, your account, you've got all of this stuff going on. Okay, so that's looking pretty darn good. Now we are going to head back here. I'm going to head into that if we do a little get status, there's all of our stuff. So I'm going to say get add all, then get commit m okay, here we go, and I'm gonna, if I can, have to go. Okay, cheers Gear, I appreciate it, thank you so much once again. It's Gear, thank you very much. Incredible, this secret millionaire strikes again. We appreciate you and have a great time, Gear. All the best to you, man, all the best to you. Alright, so I'm going to put this in the commit statement. Why not? Why not? Okay. So, end of first day of working on this. Watch this phase being live streamed. This yeah, that's fine. There you go. There we go. So now if we say get status, we've got something like that, and I'm going to now just say get push, and that's sending it up to the sky. So now if you go here, you can see that we have this thing going. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so that is going to be us, and I think that that's pretty good. I think that's a good start, you know. I'm feeling good about it anyway, you know. So, well done us, well done you, and I want to say a huge thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. I hope whatever you're up to, you have a good time. I will be on tomorrow, so don't worry. You're never going to be alone this Christmas. Do you hear me, Stefan? Are you there? Where is he? Alright. Oh, did somebody just give us a star? Well, this could be an early Christmas present. Apparently we never got a star though, so maybe not. Anyway, as I was saying just a second there, I'll come on tomorrow because I know that Christmas can sometimes be a wee bit of a downer for people who feel as if they're all on their own, you know. So by coming on to and doing a live stream at Christmas, well, hopefully it will make you feel a bit better because you'll say, well, at least I'm not as unpopular as that guy, you know. So I hope to be on here tomorrow, assuming nothing catastrophic happens. But I want to thank you for watching. I don't know what the comment means from Chenton, which says 1 star. On 2FA. Do me a favour, will you? I really, really appreciate that. But you do realise that the Tron Gate framework is the one that really needs the stars. I would consider it a great personal favour and a triumph of alternative thinking if you could consider giving the Tron Gate framework a star. I ain't too proud to beg, you know. Anyway, thank you. We do have a star, our first star. Thank you so much. That is so cool. Let's have a wee look. I'm trying to look. Well, can I star my own repo? I don't even know. Haha. Well, thank you very much. Problem solver. It's Mohammed. Turning code into features. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bless you, man. I really, really appreciate it. And you're welcome here anytime. Let's see. Oh, you've already started Trongate. Well, that's awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you for already starting it. And that goes for everyone. Okay, well, this has been fantastic. Thank you, Shanton. I love your energy. Stefan, I will see you tomorrow. We're going to have a good old time, you and me. You have somewhere to go. And I look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much, folks. Take it easy now. Just enjoy yourself, relax and all of that. And if anybody's feeling lonesome, folks, I'm entirely on my own here. There's nobody here. Well, just me and a cat. That's it, you know. But I'm okay. And you'll be okay as well. So don't worry about a thing. Keep on smiling. And always have an expectation of success. You are a champion. I'm going back to my self-help vibes. Fuck it. You are a champion of the universe. And all of those trials and tribulations are all just a little part of your incredible fairy tale. Do you hear me, people? Do you hear me? All right. Well, take it easy. And I hope that we can catch up tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye. Bye.